Mayers matter. I understand that Mr. Efron, also known as I understand that A AP Relli is going to be called to the stand today. Is that right?
That is the plan, yeah.
All right. Relli is, I know, a very important witness to both sides.
Your Honor, just so you know, he's in the court right now. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to make you aware.
Where is it? What's your first name? Terrell.
That's one R and two L's.
E-P-H-R-O-N. All right. Mr. Efron is an extremely important witness to both sides. That's patently obvious. The jury is entitled to know him and about him, consistent with case law and statutory law. The parameters of questioning that I am permitting is based on my consideration of a number of factors, including the evidence code, specifically all aspects of evidence code section 352, the probative value weighed against prejudice, the relevance to issues that the jury will have to decide and discuss, and both sides advocating for their client, and above all, fairness to both sides. The rulings on what Mr. Efron can be questioned about on direct examination and cross-examination is final, with no input from either side. He can be called, he's been identified as A AP Relli. He's also been identified as Terrell Efron. Depending on how you wish to address him, you can call him either Relli or Mr. Efron. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him. Oh, and I mentioned, I had told counsel before that they could record what I'm saying now for future, in the future, for later today or any other time. And the people are welcome to also.
We have one more thing.
Oh, you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll start again. As I said, he can be called by both parties, either Relli or Mr. Efron, whatever the counsel feels most comfortable with. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him or accuses him of being a thief, a liar, an extortionist, or any other derogatory term. He's not to be accused of any type of name. Final argument is a different story. This only applies to how he's going to be addressed. I don't want, well, isn't it true you're a liar, or you're an extortionist, or are you a drug dealer, or anything like that. That is not to be asked. He can be asked about felony convictions involving moral turpitude. I have not seen a rap sheet of Mr. Efron. Does Mr. Efron have any felony convictions?
No.
So if he has no felony convictions, obviously he has no felony convictions involving moral turpitude.
I agree.
And you reviewed his rap sheet?
I did.
I had written in my notes here that if he has felony convictions, I wanted to review his review his rap sheet before he testifies under Evidence Code Section 352. But if he has no felony convictions, then there's no reason for me to examine a rap sheet, even assuming he has one. He is not to be asked about any other involvement in any other criminal activity in which there was no felony conviction. All of that is off limits. So if there has been illegal conduct in the past, if it did not result in a felony conviction involving moral turpitude, it's off limits. The relationship between Rocky and Relli is fair game. All personal contact between Relli and Rocky from the date of the shooting to the present is fair game. Any statement by Relli to anyone regarding his seeking money from Rocky, both pre-incident and post-incident, is fair game. Any personal contact between Relli and Rocky of any kind which predate the shooting by 2 years is fair game. Statements made by Relli to anyone about Rocky for a period from 1 year from 1 year prior to the incident to the present day. If Relli made statements on social media regarding Rocky, that's fair game. Voicemail, fair game. Oral statements made to any person, to anyone, is fair game, as long as, if there's a denial, the recipient must be available. If Relli says he didn't make the statement. Any written statements by Relli to anyone is fair game. The recipient, however, must be available if Relli denies that he made that written statement. Recorded or oral telephone conversations in which Relli is a party is not permitted under Penal Code Section 632, unless all parties to the conversation consent to the recording. Those are the parameters, and that's in stone.
Your Honor, we have just questions, not questions, really, we have specific questions of what they can and cannot.
I just set forth the parameters. If you think that something contravenes what I just said, lodge an objection.
Okay.
I'm not going to do any clarifying because it would take us forever for both sides to go through question after question. I set parameters. Both of you know. If you think that on either side, if the question contravenes these parameters, lodge an objection. All right, different topic. Does the prop gun exist?
Your Honor, do you want the witness to go out of the now?
What witness? Yes, because we're going to be talking about evidence. Yeah, yes, please step out.
Your Honor, while he's here, the court wanted to inquire of him on the issue of whether he's willing to speak to the defense.
All right, yes. Mr. Relli, the defense, I know you've been interviewed in the past and you've been examined in court a number of times. The defense would like to, question you further and get an update on any information. It's your decision whether you want to or not. It's optional. You can say, yes, I'm willing to be interviewed, and if you are, that's fine. If you don't want to be interviewed, then you don't have to. It's your decision. But they want to know whether you're willing to sit for an interview. So what's your response?
I respectfully decline.
Okay, all right. Will you step out, and we'll have you come back in when we're ready for you.
Can we just make sure, I don't know if either of the defense witnesses are in court right now. Okay.
Well, I'm going to...
No, just before we're going to, either the court can...
We're going to deal with that.
No, the court was starting to talk about evidence in the case, and I wanted to make sure that they were not in here while the court was going to talk about the problem.
Yeah, so Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips, they are not before. All right. All right. Does the prop gun exist?
The prop gun existed, yes.
Does it exist now?
I don't know if it exists now. Are you asking, do we have, are we going to produce it?
Yes.
No.
All right, well, that answers that question. All right, let's deal with Mr. Levin. Is he outside?
Yes.
All right, can you have him come in? And I don't see any reason why Relli can't. Now,
technically, obviously, we're going to be asking questions that go to this area. If counsel, I don't have a problem with being here. If counsel has an objection, I think it would be a well.
Do you see any reason why you can't be in here? Well, I'm going to be talking now about Levin and Phillips, so I'm not talking anymore.
I don't think he should be in here if you don't mind.
If you don't think he should be in here, then he's,
And I don't think Levin should be in here after you've done with me.
he doesn't need to be. I just, are you Mr. Levin?
I am.
Okay. What's your first name, Mr. Levin?
Lewis, L-O-U-I-S.
Deputy Bennett, could you give him a piece of paper? On the piece of paper, I want you to write your birthday down.
Yes.
I don't want you to say it in open court because this is being recorded and
Understood.
the public doesn't need to know what your birthday is.
Thank you.
Once you write down your birthday on the piece of paper, give it to Deputy Bennett. Deputy Bennett, give it to the prosecutors and they can investigate it. Have you done that?
I have.
All right. Mr. Levin, the prosecutors, they want the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand. It's optional. You can agree to do it, or you can refuse to do it. It's just totally up to you. Were you advised of this?
No.
All right. These are the prosecutors, and they just want to explore what you have to offer in this case. Are you willing to be interviewed by them?
No.
All right. Step up here.
Can the witness be advised that the failure to...
Oh, yeah. I just want you to know, and Relli will be told the same thing. By refusing, this can be brought out on cross-examination that you refused to be interviewed by the prosecution, which could impact your credibility. But that's totally your decision. If you don't want to talk to the prosecutors, you don't have to. If you agree to, you can. But I just want you to know of the consequences.
I understand that.
You still don't want to speak with them?
Correct.
All right.
And I'm assuming he can give an answer as to why he doesn't want to. Correct.
Yeah, if he's asked?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
of course. If he's asked, if he's confronted with, isn't it true that we wanted to speak to you and you refused, he'll say yes. And then the prosecution asks, or you can ask, why did you refuse? Sure. If it's touched on direct, it can be touched on, if it's touched on cross-examination, you can touch on it on redirect. All right, step out, please.
Thank you.
What about Phillips?
Your Honor, before you go on to Mr. Phillips, we still do not have, counsel has never provided the date of the interview with him, how many there were.
Would you wait? I have things
Oh, okay.
in a certain order. What about Phillips? Where is Phillips?
He's in
New York?
He's in New York. But we contacted him and alerted him to the fact.
Okay,
that Your Honor-
call. Can you call?
Sure. Here we go, Your Honor.
Did you get the birth date on Mr. Levin?
Yes.
Okay. What is Phillips' first name?
Jamel.
Jamel.
Jamel?
Jamel.
Can you put, are you able to put on speakerphone?
Yes. All right, Your Honor, Mr. Phillips is here on speakerphone.
All right. Mr. Jamel Phillips?
Hello, how you doing?
All right. Captain, can you hear me? All right, Mr. Phillips, I'm the judge in the case. You're aware of the case, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Two things I want to inquire of you. At some point, you're going to be coming to court to testify. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecution would like the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand, just to find out what you have to offer and what you have to say. It's optional with you. You can either you can agree to be interviewed, or you can refuse. Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will you agree to be interviewed or not?
No, I do not want to be interviewed.
All right. I want you to know, though, if you refuse, then the jury is going to know that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, and it could impact your believability or credibility in the eyes of the jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to have you taken off speakerphone, and the phone is going to be given to the bailiff. Mr. Phillips, I want you to give your birth date to the bailiff. No one is going to be able to hear it except her. She's going to write down your birth date, and she's going to give it to the prosecution, because the prosecution is entitled to at least look into your background, and part of that is required that you give your birth date. But it is not going to be broadcasted or publicized in any way.
Your Honor, the court also inquires whether or not he has a residence outside of New York, or has had a residence outside of New York.
Do you live here in California?
No.
Do you have a residence here in California?
No, not under my name. No.
Not what?
No.
Do you have a residence anywhere beside New York?
No.
All right, so when you were out here, were you just visiting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead and take it off speakerphone. All right, and Deputy Bennett, let him know when he's off speakerphone, and then have him give you the birthday. Do you want him on like 24-hour call, or is that handled? Say again?
We'll handle it.
All right, you have the birthday?
We did.
All right, getting back to Mr. Levin, since he's being called as a witness, how many times has he been interviewed by anybody from your office?
Sure. Twice, Your Honor.
Okay, when was the first time?
It would have been mid-August, Your Honor.
About 24?
24.
And where did the interview take place?
In our office in Nashville.
Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was not.
Who was present for the interview?
Mrs. Takina and Ms. Lanzoni, along with myself.
How long did the interview last?
I'm trying to recall, Your Honor. About an hour and a half.
Hour and a half. And nobody took notes or prepared a written statement as to what Mr. Levin said?
No, Your Honor, it was a conversation.
I had said that the people are entitled to at least know the sum and substance. Since there's no written recording of what happened, the people are entitled to know the sum and substance of your conversation. So that is to be generated today.
We did that, Your Honor. We provided it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the court, if the court recalls, Your Honor, the court made an order that they were supposed to turn over the discovery.
Did they?
What we originally got was, we got a paragraph saying he was going to talk about his observations, not what the observations were. The day before we started trial on the 20th, we got approximately a 15-line summary that certainly would not take an hour and a half. No dates as to when the interview occurred. Nothing about who was there. By the way, even now, what they're just told the court is, there's an interview in mid-August. They can't even say what date it was. And what they gave us was simply, apparently, a combination
What's
of
the date?
everything he said.
I know you know what date it is, so what's the date?
It would have been August 16th or 17th, Your Honor.
All right. When was the second time you interviewed him? About. No, not about. When was the second time?
Or, of course, I'd like to have questions to available too, right? On this. We have the same issues with some of their witnesses, right?
All right. Well, let's deal with this, and then I'll listen to what you have to say. All right. When was the second time?
It was the 26th, Your Honor.
So 10 days later?
No.
No, 2 days ago, January 26th.
Oh. Where did that interview take place?
That was at our hotel.
How long did that interview take?
Yeah, about the same amount of time, Your Honor, an hour and a half.
So, was that interview recorded in any way?
No.
Hours worth of interviews. We have a total of about 15 lines. The court's aware, on the 20th, the court expressed skepticism. On the 15th, the court expressed skepticism that the defense did not record it, did not write anything down, did not have any substance as to what was said.
Right.
So apparently, after the court gave that lecture, they conduct another interview 2 days ago, where again, they don't record it, they don't make any notes about it, and they don't turn anything over.
They're not required to. If they choose to do their job that way, then they do their job that way.
They are required to let us know that they have interviewed the defendant, or the witness.
Yeah.
They have to let us know if that interview took place, when it took place, who was there. It appears, again, I'm not going to pull punches. It's very clear what's going on.
All right, so what do you suggest?
Well, what I suggest is I find it completely disingenuous that we have 3 hours now worth of interviews. We got a total of about 15 lines. Very little detail about what's going on. And so if all of a sudden he ends up testifying to more detail than he gave, and the court already has because we've sent it, if he ends up testifying to more detail than what he has previously provided in this miniaturized summary, then we've got a discovery violation.
Who's going to be questioned?
I will, Your Honor.
All right. Are you going to be going into any subjects or areas that are not covered in what you gave to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
So there is nothing that you are going to ask about that does not fall within the summary.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Then I think there's been I think discovery's been satisfied.
Well, at least this point,
Right.
we can't demonstrate the discovery is not been satisfied because he hasn't testified yet. Does the court really believe that we have 3 hours of interviews and 15 lines? I don't.
I have. This is not the first time I've been aware that lawyers don't take notes of interviews. If Mr. Siegel represents to me that no notes were taken, or Mr. Tacopina represents to me that no notes were taken, I have no basis to disbelieve it. Would I do it that way? No. But if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's going to be inquired about is in the summary that you've got. So for now, discovery has been complied with. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed?
That's what
Oh, it was 1 week.
We were just talking about Levin.
no. What?
Levin. We were just talking about Levin,
Okay.
right? We're not talking about Phillips. All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was interviewed?
It was a week after we interviewed Ms. Leonard.
All right, around August 23rd.
That's right.
And where did that happen?
In the office.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Same circumstances. In fact, me and Ms. Leonard only and myself.
And how long did that interview take?
Yeah, about an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour? No notes, or no report?
No.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did, at the same time we provided that detailed sentence.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, how many other times did you interview?
That was here.
That's the only time?
That's right.
Just so it's clear, Your Honor, we were provided literally with about 12 lines of Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not...
We're talking about Phillips now.
Excuse me. Levin was 12 lines. Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not going to cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, and as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then follow that up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've been provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that we were given. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witness has said. So our concern is we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after, again, 2 hours for one, an hour for one, 3 hours prior to the other, and they're going to testify in greater detail. That, when you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter in the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided anything.
It's in, I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. If not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be
Mr.
doing
Levin,
his Mr. Phillips.
all right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I just wanted a yes or no. All right.
And I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait. All right. I don't see any other topics to go into. All right.
In terms of, on this issue of total,
For now, this.
there's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of profit. We've been focused with only 2 witnesses at the call.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about the profit. The court's aware. Counsel and I have been asking for days, in email the court is talking to you, are you planning on producing the gun in this
He
case?
said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the profit information? Can the court please inquire? We've only been told there's 2 witnesses they're calling, plus maybe the defendant.
So, any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, Your Honor, right?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, so it's either the Levin, Phillips, and Roxy, or just Levin and Phillips?
Yeah.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure. There have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury, the prior times occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason, the last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with this jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the jury.
Give a speech to
Your Honor,
who?
Your Honor.
Stop, don't interrupt.
Oh, okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know, but he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait till
what
he
he's doing.
finishes, then you will have a
I
chance.
know what he's doing right now.
Do not interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter for the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press, he then complains about the jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Tapapina's attempts to manipulate the media.
Oh.
And again, that ties into the fact that when the case started, I very kindly said to Mr. Tapapina, hey, listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no order, you have every right. Are you going to be saying anything once the trial started? He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. Meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word that he wasn't going to be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessity as an example. We ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Tapapina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I guess I'll start in reverse, Your Honor. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said to the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never. Okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney. Okay? So I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case, we know the evidence, and we'll meet our burden. I talked about nothing other than the potential issues with the jury. I didn't speak about the facts, I didn't speak about Mr. Efron. And I won't do that. Now, the last thing he said was I spoke to TMZ. Again, I defy him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I certainly, I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I did an opening statement to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury. And the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after a jury was impaneled. And we have a right to make that record. It doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury. So, speaking of disingenuous, we're going to now get into disingenuous. But I did nothing but protect the record, protect my client. So that's first and foremost. So again, the issue that I spoke about off record was caused by their late disclosure of a report that was generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. That Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground there.
Just talk in a normal tone of voice.
That he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He made all these accusations about that's disingenuous, I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe that they just found that report from their lead detective who they interacted on a daily basis in this case 3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done in January 2020.
I already made findings.
I understand.
In my view, nothing nefarious. I don't want to go over things that we've already gone over.
Well, we just did. We still haven't.
He's asking that that both sides be directed not to make comments to the press. That's what he's asking for now. I'm not poking fingers. I'm not accusing anybody of any unethical conduct. Let's just move forward. Here's what I want to
I
happen.
have more things.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just listened.
Go.
Okay.
Go.
Now, we heard all about the discovery issues, about this not being enough. I mean, I think this is incredibly detailed when it comes to Mr. Phillips, especially if this is a videotape. This is really detailed. Tell us what he's going to observe at the scene, what he's going to testify to, what he observed at the scene. Putting that aside,
Based on what I've heard, I am satisfied under the circumstances that both sides have satisfied discovery rules.
so
There's no reason to go over about whether you have complied with discovery. I already found that you did.
Okay, now I want to talk about Ben. There was a police officer, the first one out of the box, Sergeant Zizzo.
Right.
The only thing we have from them, because, I assume the rules apply to both sides, right? The only thing we have from them is a few-line email saying we spoke to him on Wednesday. He testified Friday, recall. We spoke to him on Wednesday, and Jack, you have the email? I have it. Here's what we have from them on Officer Zizzo, that they spoke to him on Wednesday, which the officer denied on the witness stand, by the way. He said the first time he spoke to him on substance was the day of his testimony. He said that he advised the district attorney that he responded to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that they'll receive a call to shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresenting. 2 sentences. That's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings, and 2, he didn't know where to look. 2 sort of important things and he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street. That was not in their disclosure. Not their disclosure at all. But yet I'm being accused of not giving them the right information. First of all, I don't have the date. There's nothing in their disclosure that they interviewed him Friday before his testimony. We don't even have that interview. We don't have that date. We have Wednesday only. The witness said, no, I didn't speak to him on Wednesday or something. That was just about logistics. Okay, so before we start casting aspersions, I wasn't going to even raise it, Mark. Just happened. I understand this is trial. But, being that we're now throwing stones, let's call the kettle black.
Let's not throw stones.
Well, I know, but they started. So I'm going to respond.
This is a no squabbling zone.
Oh, after he swallows. Well, I'm swallowing back.
Well, you're a good squabbler. You're doing a good job squabbling. All right. Regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, did he write a report?
He did not write the report, Your Honor. But he obviously was wearing body worn video, which was
That's been provided.
that was provided
All right.
years ago.
You're an experienced attorney. All of you are experienced attorneys. Sometimes, a witness will say something that is not in a report. That's to be expected. A report is a summary, a sum and substance of what the witness said. It's much more fleshed out when the witness is on the stand.
Well, I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not even going to make a big. I'm not even going to raise the fact that he said he didn't speak to him on Wednesday and he only spoke to him Friday. I don't do that. It's petty to me.
It is petty.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not in this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers. It's just not right. This is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding, I may have missed the shell casings. I didn't get a report that said that or a statement.
Again, to be repetitious, I do not find either side has violated any discovery statute or any discovery rule. Regarding the press, The jury has been told not to read or watch anything about this case. I'm going to assume that they follow that rule. But what I am concerned about is someone that the jury knows is going to read or watch something about the case and then relate it to the jury. So, here's the rule. I don't want any attorney in this case saying anything to the press while the case is going on. That's it. So you can call it a gag order.
We will advise, obviously, of course, where we've said nothing. We will advise the DA as well. To be clear, the DA responded to Mr. Tacopina's published report where he dared, quote, Nathan Hockman can try the case himself. But we're going to tell the DA.
Let's move forward. Yeah, just let everybody know in your office who may say something. Tell them not to say anything to the media or the press.
Will do, Your Honor. We had two last issues which are brief. The first issue is we're going to request, we made this request before. Counsel and I've tried many cases in front of the court. If there's anything even close, I forward to in advance. If there's any evidentiary issue, which is even a close call, in terms of the defense introducing, bringing up, asking questions, we want to make sure that they ask an approach and that we 402. We don't want to be in a position to have to unring the bell.
That goes for both sides.
Finally, Your Honor, the court is aware. On Friday, it doesn't really matter what the circumstances were. Mr. Tacopina literally started screaming at me in the. So again, Your Honor, I have not interrupted Mr. Tacopina's life. As I see, Mr. Tacopina makes noises. Again, if there's got to be a certain decorum, we're following it. But you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So we would appreciate, as the court is respectfully instructed, and we're one lawyer talking, the other lawyer not interrupt. Mr. Tacopina, as court's aware, started literally screaming at me in the courtroom. He basically appeared to challenge me to a fight. And again, I've been doing this longer than he has. I've not had that experience occur before. I am not going to be treated that way by anybody. I'm certainly not going to be treated that way in a court where I practiced for more than 30 years and in front of a judge I deeply respect. He doesn't have to like me, he doesn't have to get along with me, but he cannot be screaming at me, whether on or off the record. The court was here. The court, I mean, everyone heard and saw it. It's not right. So I'm just asking that the court, again, Mr. Tacopina is an emotional guy, that the court advise him.
And you are, both of you are zealous attorneys, aggressive attorneys, both of you are.
We are due to zealous aggressiveness. The court has not heard me yell or scream at anybody. And again, and it's not a request. I'm not going to take that.
All right. Why don't we do this?
Can I respond?
I did not hear you yell.
I didn't.
Maybe I did not hear it. If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. Because you two have this relationship, why don't you not talk to each other unless it's on the record?
Oh, that's...
And then I am involved.
That train is sailed. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But I want to respond now, because, I can't have it always one way. He makes a record, disparaging remarks, and then I got to sit here. So, no one screamed. You were right there, Your Honor. What's happened, and Mr. Siegel was with me, is Mr. Lewin comes up with his little scolding, sort of bullying attitude, telling me we don't know the rules here, and we're not doing this right, and he didn't like the opening statement, and so on and so forth. So I responded. I don't need a lecture from him. Okay? I'm not going to go into the amount of phone calls I got regarding him and his reputation before this trial started, from lawyers I don't even know, including lawyers inside the district attorney's office currently. Okay? I'm not going to go into it, Your Honor. I'm not petty.
Wait.
No, now you're interrupting him. Just that you were complaining about him interrupting you. You're interrupting him. Don't.
I'm not going into it, Your Honor. I just don't want to do that. But please, there was no one yelling. You were right here. There was an argument between both sides, both of us. I agree. That's not going to happen because I'm not going to speak to get off the record. So you're right about that. That's number one. Number two, I have to also raise an issue and I'm not past that, I don't want to even talk about that anymore. Your Honor's here, that's the end of that. Mr. Lewin did something last week that was inappropriate. And the reason I'm raising it is because I don't want it to happen again. This week, Mr. Mayer's significant other may appear here. Last week, Mr. Lewin, as is his playbook apparently, when the lawyers went up to my client's family and told my client's family that's not personal, but they should really, hopefully he's really thought about taking a plea because he's facing a lot of jail time, and saying things that played on the emotions of the family. He should have no communication with the defendant's family. I've heard he's done that in every case. That's right here. Well, I don't want him, and I want the court to instruct him not to communicate with anyone on this side of the fence. Not the client's family, not the client's relatives, not the client's friends, because it's inappropriate.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was I walked up very kindly to the defendant's mother and sister, and I said the following: listen, I'm very sorry that you're having to go through this. I have kids myself. I have siblings myself. I know this must be difficult. It's not personal. And I'm truly sorry for what you are having to endure.
All right.
And then I said as follows: I hope that your brother and your son, I hope that he's really evaluating what he is risking here, because it is a lot.
All right, there's nothing that prohibits,
At the time.
I've heard enough, I've heard
Okay.
enough. There's nothing that prohibits what Mr. Lewin did. You've heard now that the defense does not want you to approach anyone from that side, so don't approach anyone from that side. It's as simple as that. All right,
Your Honor, okay, there's just one evidentiary issue we need to deal with. In light of-
another one?
Yeah, unfortunately,
What
and
is it?
Mr. Lewin bring up
What is
four or two every moment. I just want the record clear on this.
What is it?
It's that the defense doesn't need to preview our impeachment material on an eliminate motion. Mr. Lewin keeps saying we need to bring it to the court's attention or his attention when we plan on introducing or using evidence so that he can have a 402 hearing. The law is crystal clear. If I don't need to go further, I won't. We're on the same page. But the law is crystal clear that there's no rule of law that would require the defense to disclose evidence gathered by an investigator who may tentatively be called by the defense for impeachment purposes. That's Hubbard versus Superior Court. I'll continue. People versus Hunter. Section 105, 4.3, subdivision A1, provides that the quote, defendant and his or her attorney shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney his or her intended witnesses together with any relevant written or recorded statements of those persons or reports of the statements of those persons, which we complied with. But the court goes on, but that does not include impeachment statements.
All right, go ahead.
But that does not include impeachment statements a defendant obtains from prosecution witnesses. The prosecutor is not entitled to statements impeaching prosecution witnesses. That's People versus Hunter. People versus Sloan. Here, the defense, the court noted, could use the messages on the tape to impeach a witness without disclosing the tape to the prosecution. The prosecutor was wrong that using the tape for impeachment was the same as introducing it into evidence. A few more cases. People versus Ledesma. The court noted, to the extent the evidence at issue was admitted to impeach, counsel may have been unwilling to give the prosecution the benefit of a preview of the defense case in order to obtain such rulings, which is what apparently Mr. Lewin is seeking to do now, but the court noted that the defense was appropriate in the way it proceeded. Two more. Izaga versus Superior Court.
This is Zaga, yes.
Right. The defense is not required to disclose any statements it obtains from prosecution witnesses it may use to refute the prosecution's case during cross-examination.
And you're going to mention Tillis.
I'm going to mention Morrison, in which the court noted, nor did the discovery statutes obligate counsel to disclose she would impeach a witness with evidence of prior misconduct, particularly in that case, gun possession. Now, I understand, Your Honor, that the prosecution here wants us to do their homework for them, but the law doesn't require us to. For that matter, all of the impeachment material that we have arises from their own discovery.
All right, let me tell you my view on impeachment. I'm aware of Izaga, but that's a California Supreme Court case. There's another California Supreme Court case that's called People versus Tillis, T-I-L-L-I-S. Both of them say the same thing. Impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed. impeachment witnesses, once the decision has been made to call them, does have to be disclosed. But the evidence does not.
Very good.
All right, we are at 5 minutes to go. I don't want the jury to wait, so let's give Kathy a break, and if anybody wants to use the facilities, they can. I want to get started right at 10:30.
Right, I just have one thing before the witness, just logistics.
What's logistics?
Not controversial. The piece of evidence we put in on defense exhibit chat in front of the jury. You and I had never met or spoken before, correct?
No, I've never met you, sir.
Since Friday, have you spoken to anyone about your testimony?
I had people ask me about it, but didn't really get into detail.
You didn't speak, obviously, to the prosecutors about this, all right?
No, sir, we agreed not to in anticipation for that question.
There you go. When you say you had people ask you about it, who asked you about it?
Co-workers, friends, that sort of thing.
Oh, curious people.
Sure.
But you didn't go into it with that?
No.
Again, when you were, just to recap, when you were arriving at the scene of a call for a shooting, you're looking for victims, right?
Correct.
Damage to vehicles in this instance,
Correct.
shell casings.
Correct.
Now, we put into evidence defense exhibit A. Can you see that on the screen in front of you? Or-
This one doesn't work, but I'll turn.
Oh, okay, thanks. Anyway, the street shown there in this video is Vista Del Mar, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the video starts at the end of Vista Del Mar, closest to Selma, right?
Correct. It's right at the intersection.
Right. And with the first 15 seconds of that video, you approach a homeless person and ask if he heard a shooting. Do you recall that?
I don't independently recall that.
Okay, let's play that part. That's their volume.
Hey, Val, did you hear any shooting over here? Yeah?
Okay, that's you, right?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, you were asking, you said, hey, Al, did you hear a shooting over here, correct?
Yes, that was me.
Okay. By the way, why was your body cam not on there anymore?
I really don't remember. I don't have an answer for that.
Your Honor, just for the purpose of going forward here, we have copies of the transcript of this in case we have to refer to that. I have many copies for the jurors.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to all of the jurors? And
Yes, do the concept.
does anybody at council table need one of these transcripts?
We'd like to.
Do we need it?
No, I don't think so. That's okay.
No, we got it. Hold on.
You want me to wait to distribute them?
No, distribute.
Yes, sir.
What do you want this is going to be?
D.
B.
Either way.
Exhibit B.
If there's an extra one, Alex, I don't want to take it from any of you.
Yeah, we can have all of
I don't either.
All right, Kathy, all right. I'm good, Alex. All right. Does anybody not have a transcript?
Yes, I'm taking one point down.
Let's make sure everybody has a transcript.
I don't know if we formally did the stipulation, I'm not really sure. Both sides stipulate that if audio recorded or video recorded testimony off a video where we have a transcript of the recorded, we cannot take down what she's hearing.
Actually, the stipulation is not necessary. There's a rule of court that said that when audio tapes are played, the court reporter does not take it down.
I was referring to that rule of court, or that's what I thought.
I just learned that about 6 months ago. Yeah, there's no stipulations required. They just don't.
Well, if it was, we would say.
Well, good.
You gotta take
Thank you for that.
agreements from Mr. Jacopina and I. We know.
All right. Go.
It'll happen once in a while. So, sorry, obviously, we're looking for signs of a shooting again.
Yes.
It's still on. And the video shows multiple officers searching for signs of a shooting on Vista Del Mar, right?
Yes.
And directing your attention to 22:35 and 54 seconds of that video, the officers are conducting a search using their flashlights aimed at the ground, right? And we'll get you right there. I said 22:35 and 54 seconds. So almost. Anyway, right there. Go ahead, let's go.
Yeah, stop sign, parking lot. Right now? What's your step right here? Okay. So what's the make and model?
you wouldn't have wanted to, and none of you would have wanted to overlook important evidence at the scene of that shooting, right?
Correct.
So it was careful and attentive. And officer, were you a sergeant there as well, or since?
No, sir, I was a police officer 3. I was a training officer.
And then got promoted.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as an attentive officer, when performing your duty, you made it obviously a point to be careful and attentive looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially you said you thought there were 3 officers at the scene?
Correct, and that was based off of the when my body worn video that we watched.
Right, I understand. No problem. But you agree that there's more now, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. As a matter of fact, there's 7.
Okay.
Well, you don't take my word. Let's go to the video. I'll direct your attention to 22:40 and 36 seconds.
We'll stipulate, counsel, if that helps as well, that there were 7.
Yes, okay. Just want to, just a quick peek. So, okay. Okay, do you see, would you agree that 7 officers are at the scene?
I don't dispute that there were 7 officers at scene.
I know you don't dispute it, but you would agree that you see 7 officers right there, right? There are 6 in the frame,
Including
the guy wearing the body cam.
Correct, including that one, yes, 7.
7, okay. And everyone, to your knowledge, was doing their job when they were at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Direct your attention to 22:37:03 on that video. That's you on Reese Del Mar on the side of the street closest to the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we're looking, by the way, for the record, we're looking south towards Selma Avenue. So you're standing on the west side of the street, right?
Correct. I'm presently facing west in this shot, but yes, this is south in this camera.
And officers are searching that area for evidence of shooting with the flashlights, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is directly opposite, Sergeant, that orange portion of that wall there, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That where the officers are, right there,
Right.
including you, is directly opposite that orange, whatever that thing is, portion of a wall,
Correct.
right? Which is next to that adjacent lot there, right?
Yes.
A vacant lot, I should say. So that's right across from that orange, whatever, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you these 2 photographs. One is that, but we're going to put them juxtaposed and put them right side by side. Okay. The first one is basically the still frame of what we just looked at. You see the one on the left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's you guys right across from that orange wall, we'll call it.
Correct. Yes.
And then the one on the right, with that single individual there, he appears to be standing in that same exact spot. You also start with that orange wall there as well. We can blow that up a little bit, can we? See that, Sarge? See the orange wall on the other side?
I see orange there. I mean, based off this photo, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell much beyond that.
We'll go back out. There's that vacant lot right there, right?
Right.
You see
Okay.
that?
Yeah, and you know what, the driveway on this side? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's basically where that individual is where those officers are, correct?
Approximate, yes, I would say so.
Okay. And so just as you we talked earlier about the parking lot where your body cam was, just as in the parking lot, you agree there was no sign of a shooting on the street as well?
Correct.
No blood,
No, sir.
no bullet holes,
No, sir.
no shell casings,
No, sir.
no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all.
No, sir.
Directing your attention to 22:37 and 29 seconds. We'll let you play this portion. Go ahead.
For checking the area, it doesn't look like anybody's been hurt or anything like that.
By the way, for the transcript, what do I direct anyone to what page it is? Sorry. Page 2, line 14 of that transcript, which is defense exhibit B, please. Sorry, do you have one?
I actually do not.
Oh, okay. Should we take a look? Sarge, I'll give you this copy. It's here, page 2, line 14. Thank you, sir. Okay. Can we start playing that portion again? Maybe go back a few seconds. Okay.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's left or anything like that.
Okay. So that's one of your, do you know who that was speaking?
I actually don't.
Okay. Well, one of the officers, right?
Yes.
And you say basically we're checking the area. It doesn't look like anyone got hurt, right?
Correct.
And direct your attention to 2238, which is basically a minute later, 21 seconds.
There's no hits. Wait, who's that? The second PR. Okay, because I got two transcripts that came up.
This is page 3, Sergeant, and line 4, please. Can you play that portion again, please?
So they were only possible. And check every part of the lot. There's no hits.
Okay. And then a few seconds later, 223840, which, second, I want to make sure we do reference to the right portion of the transcript. Guys. Okay. Next course I'll direct to the same page, page 3, line 20. So line 20. And now we can play that portion. Go ahead.
Giving you no evidence for now. We can give no evidence.
Okay. So one of the officers, you know who that was speaking, by the way?
I do.
Who was that?
So at the time, Officer John Cook, now Sergeant John Cook.
Sorry, John Cook, okay. He said it's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention, directing your attention to 2240. 04. Last page here, please. Going to go to page 5, line 2. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen. Page 5, line 2. And go ahead, you could play that one you're ready.
Yeah, it sounds like someone probably fired a shot in her hair to scare somebody.
Your Honor, we would have an objection on hearsay. It's not coming in. Overruled.
And lastly, direct your attention to 2240 and 26 seconds, which would be same page, page 5, line 14, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no victims as of now, so unless one pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Okay, you got it.
Okay, and who was that speaking, do you know?
That's also,
Sergeant Cook?
Yes.
John Cook, whatever.
yes.
Again, no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right?
That's what he said.
And after responding to Lisa Del Mar and Selma Avenue, and carefully searching the scene with your fellow officers, you found no physical evidence of a shooting whatsoever.
That's correct.
And of course, to be clear, that includes no evidence of a shell casing recovery, correct?
Correct, that includes that as well.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lewis, anything? Oh, Mr. Solomon, anything?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions, I believe, on Friday of Mr. Tacopina about your conversations with the DAs on this case. Is that something that customarily happens prior to your testifying?
Yes, it is in every case.
And this incident specifically happened approximately just over 3 years ago, correct?
Correct, yeah.
When you first received a subpoena related to this case, did you immediately know what incident you were even called to testify about?
Absolutely not, no.
Was it of assistance to you in refreshing your memory to be directed to your body-worn video from this specific incident?
Absolutely, yes.
In his questioning on Friday and also today, Mr. Tacopina asked you questions about searching for shell casings, I believe is how he phrased them. Are you familiar with the term shells, casings, cartridge cases, things like that?
Yes, sir,
What is your personal background, training, and experience as it relates to firearms?
Well, I have the training I received from the Los Angeles Police Department. I've also attended various trainings outside on my own time related to firearms training, different weapon systems, marksmanship, mostly related, that sort of thing.
In the course of that training that you're talking about, have you, can you even estimate how many rounds of ammunition you fired?
I cannot.
That's a lot.
Right.
Okay.
Over the years, yes.
Are you familiar with, just in general, with handguns, the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol?
I am, yes.
And in very broad terms, what is the difference between those two types of guns?
Well, I think the biggest distinction would be that a revolver operates from a rotating cylinder where it has each individual chambers, usually typically 5 or 6 chambers, where each round of the bullet sits inside the individual chambers. And when the trigger is pressed to the rear, the cylinder rotates, hammer comes back, strikes the round, discharges the round. Then it continues to rotate. The difference between that and a semi-automatic pistol is all of those rounds are contained in a magazine, and it's magazine fed, so there is no rotating cylinder. Revolvers do not eject those casings the same way a semi-automatic weapon does. Every trigger press with a semi-automatic weapon, a shell casing ejects. And with a revolver, it stays within that chamber, continues to rotate until the weapon is empty, and then you manually eject those casings all at once.
So when you were looking for evidence at this scene specifically of cartridge cases being on the ground, that would be in the expectation that a semi-automatic pistol was used, correct?
Correct.
Because with a semi-automatic, those cartridge cases, once the bullet is fired, come out the side of the gun.
Correct, with every press of the trigger.
Okay. And is that true of all semi-automatic handguns? That's how they operate?
Yes.
Have you personally fired semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, I have.
When you fire, just in your own personal experience, when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, do those cartridge cases always come out in exactly the same trajectory, or do they kind of have a tendency to go in different directions?
The different directions.
Okay. And is it those discarded or used cartridge cases that you would have been looking for that night?
Those are the same ones we're talking about, yes.
Right. All right. Just to put a fine point on that, when you searched that entire area, the street, the parking lot, you didn't find any cartridge cases anywhere.
No, I didn't.
And none of your 6 other partners who responded there with you observed or recovered any either, correct?
That's also correct.
You were asked questions, or I'm sorry, this, I think you were directed to the transcripts, about page 3, lines 4 and 5, where one of your partners says that he checked every car in the lot and there's nothing, no hits, correct?
Correct.
In your experience responding to crime scenes throughout your entire career where a gun has been discharged, what are the types of damage that you would look for on a car, specifically related to a shooting call?
Sure. So flat tires, glass that's been spiderwebbed, right, or totally blown out, impacts to sides of doors or ricochets off of hoods. These are things that I'm just recalling from recent observations. Those sorts of observations.
Are some of those observations easier to see than others?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I think the best way to illustrate that is you have a white four-door vehicle. It's easy to see the impact where the paint is missing and the metal is bent and distorted. Whereas if you have a vehicle with a darker colored paint job, you might miss it, right? You might not see it. It might blend in.
But also, even more generally, if a window is shattered, you're going to see a large shatter in that window, potentially.
Right, it's hard to miss.
And if a tire is flat, that's easier to see too, correct?
Yes, it is.
Versus, and I want you to assume for purposes of this that we're talking about the hole from a 9mm chambered round. If you observed a bullet hole in either plastic or metal of a car from a 9mm round, that would be a lot smaller, correct?
Comparatively speaking to other larger rounds, yes.
And even comparatively speaking to if the 9mm hit glass or a tire, correct?
Correct.
If a firearm was fired in a downward trajectory and struck the ground, would you expect the round would either ricochet up into the bottom of the car or potentially fragment into bullet fragments that would then strike the car?
I think both of those scenarios are possible.
Okay. Did you and your partners check the bottoms of cars?
No, we didn't.
In fact, to this point of any damage on the cars, were you or any of your partners, to your knowledge at that scene, familiar with the condition of any of those cars before you responded?
No, we weren't.
So you don't know if any of those cars already had any damage on them?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. I need that video. Do you have it on a DVD or?
Yeah. We can do it.
I can do it. I can get on my computer. Oh.
Yeah.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you Defense A. I have the video paused. We've been referring to the timestamp in the upper right-hand corner at 22:38:43. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Just to orient the jury as far as where we're looking at here, would you agree the street on the far right of the screen would be Selma, correct?
Correct. That's Selma. That runs east to west.
And then we can just barely see a stop sign. And there's a kind of street directly in front of the officer who's shooting this video, correct? And that would be Vista Del Mar.
Correct, that's Vista Del Mar.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the handicap parking stalls there. Would you agree that the one closest to the stop sign does not have a car parked in?
Correct.
I'm going to start this from around the beginning.
Hey, Cal, did you hear any?
One second.
Hey,
My apologies, Sergeant. Marked on the transcript, but I'm not sure where that corresponds to on the video. One second.
hey, you look at the corner over there? Nobody was playing this down or anything? So, unless one pops up at the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it, sir.
Sergeant, I can replay this section, but can you hear what sounds like a crowd of people in the background of this video? I'm going to play it starting at 22, 40, 41. I'll play it forward for a few seconds.
Okay.
Do you hear a number of people's voices in the background? Not officers.
Right, it's distantly, yes.
Okay. Was this a busy area of Hollywood?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Those noises that we hear, would that just kind of be people in the surrounding areas out on Saturday night?
Correct.
I don't have anything else.
Just a call. Sort of. Let's go to 223708, please, on that same video. So just take it. There's a famous orange wall over there. You see that thing on the left?
Yes, sir.
All right. And right across where you guys were searching, where that individual was before, right across there.
Correct.
There's cars right next to that, right?
Correct.
Okay. There's a bunch of cars on the other side of that orange wall, right?
The rider vans here?
Yeah. Yes. There's cars on the other side, I'm saying, of that orange wall, across the street where the officers are.
Right, correct.
Yes. You see those?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, you could scoot around if you want. Or,
No.
we're done. So you talked about things that you're looking for, flat tires in the car, or broken glass, right? Those
Yes, sir.
two. Impacts on side doors.
Yes, sir.
In any event, you found none of that, right?
That's correct.
And by the way, you never received a report of a complaint at any point in this case that a car was damaged, did you?
At the time when I was at scene, I didn't know.
Okay. At any time after, did you become aware?
If somebody had reported it,
Yeah.
unless I handled it myself, I wouldn't have knowledge of it, right, if it was after the fact.
And one last thing, The Glock is one of those semi-automatics that does in fact eject shell casings, right?
Correct, it's a striking firearm. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant Zizzo, thank you. Thanks for coming back today. You're excused. Next witness.
My next witness is Leah Rakim.
Okay. Water. Oh, let me mention to you about tomorrow. One of the people involved has a commitment that cannot be avoided. So we're going to start a little early, and we're going to go a little longer. We're going to go 10 to 12:30, but that's going to be it. And then we'll break about 11:15. So be here tomorrow at 10, and then you'll be excused for the day at 12:30. But the following day, normal schedule, 10:30 to noon, 1:30. Okay?
Raising your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Solemnly state the testimony may give in the cause and outcome before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat on the witness stand there. And please adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Okay, you need to raise up your voice.
Sorry, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Please spell your name for us.
LeahElizabeth.
Thank you.
And Brown, common spelling?
Martin-Brown, common spelling.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pozzone, go ahead.
Good morning, this is Martin Brown. Are you, as you sit here right now, are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
This is an uncomfortable feeling.
Yes.
All right. Let's try to get through it quickly. On Saturday, November 6th of 2021, were you living or were you in an apartment at 1600 Vine Street in Hollywood?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, turn off the TV. There's something that works up there that should work. All C's. I'm also going to, if you don't mind, I'm going to reach over just to see if I can turn this on. There you go.
And what exhibit are you showing us?
This is People's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, the map. Ms. Martin Brown showing you what I marked as People's Exhibit 1. I'm going to direct your attention towards the bottom. You recognize the area that's depicted in that map?
Yes.
And is the apartment that you were at that evening depicted on this map?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us on the screen behind you? And there should be a stick. Okay. All right, and so she's pointing to the northwest corner of Argyle and Selma. The apartment that you were in that evening, did it have either an exterior facing window or a patio area? And what street did those windows look out on?
Argyle and then also Selma.
So from the window, you could see the corner of Argyle and Selma?
I could see pretty much all of Argyle and then up until like Selma in the back of Davy Wayne's, which is a club along there.
Where would Davy Wayne's be?
Like around here-ish.
Okay, so you're pointing all the way to the corner of El Centro and Selma, correct?
Yeah.
Was the apartment that you were in, what floor was that on?
The 7th, it was apartment 701.
Okay. So from the 7th floor, you're high enough that you can see over the buildings there at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sorry to interrupt. Well, ask the court, please. Mind deleting a little bit right there.
Yeah, people's position is it's foundational.
Not the last question.
So,
Read the last question, ma'am. Please.
Okay, so from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sustain. Sustain.
Okay. If I could mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
6.
Equals 6. One-page document with a single photograph. Here's to depict the corner of Argyle and Selma. Showing you what I just marked as people 6. Do you recognize that street corner?
Yes.
And do you see the building that you were living in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us? All right, I'm going to zoom in. You're pointing to the building on the far left of the screen. If I can. All right. The apartment that you were living in that building, was it?
I'm pointing to the exact balcony.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. This here.
How do you want to describe that? So I would say in the photograph, there are a number of... Let's see.
Why don't you bring it up to her, let her circle,
I can do that.
and then put it on the projector.
That's good. Right here. We'll circle it. Now, so you do it one more time with Sharpie. Doesn't really show up with the ball point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Putting people 6 back up. The black mark that you made here is the exact document you're talking about, correct? Now, it appears that directly across the street from the building that you were living in, there's a number of buildings on this corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Correct.
From your vantage point, could you see over those buildings?
Yes.
Taking you back to People's One, you said you were able to see all the way to Selma and El Centro?
Yes.
That night, so November 6, 2021, at approximately 10:18 p.m., did you call 911?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 that night?
I thought someone had been hurt and I wanted to make sure an ambulance came.
How was it that you thought someone had been hurt?
I saw an altercation and it appeared that there may have been a gun involved. So I thought if someone was hurt, I didn't want them to die, if that had been the case. But again, I was on the 7th floor. So.
How many people were involved in the altercation that you're talking about?
3.
Where was the first place that you saw those 3 people, if you remember?
Walking down Argyle.
When you say walking down Argyle, what street would they have been walking towards?
Selma.
And How far up Argyle, so away from Selma, did you see them? Was there some point of reference that you have?
The parking garage that leads into the El Centro apartments.
Okay. Might be difficult to see here on People's 6, but do you see the entrance to the parking garage in this photograph?
Sort of.
Where is it that you sort of see that?
It was a little further up here.
Okay. There's a red.
Indicating on the right-hand side of the photo, halfway up after the first set of cars on the right-hand side of the street.
There's a red sign here that we can see that's vertical. Do you know, does that sign say, if you could read the full thing, does it say parking?
I believe it does, yes.
And would that essentially be the entrance to the parking lot?
Yes.
Maybe a little past that?
It was a little further up that. But
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. What was the first thing that you observed between the interaction of those people that you described?
Again, it was like I was on a 7th floor balcony. It appeared that they were arguing, and they kind of ducked under the parking structure roof, and there was like some loud yelling, and then they appeared to be fine, but went around the corner into the back parking lot, and then that's where it appeared that there was another kind of issue, and there appeared to be like allegedly a gun drawn, and someone appeared to be shot.
Okay. I want to start at the parking garage. You said you saw these 3 people arguing outside of the garage. Did you see a firearm at all while they were outside of the garage?
I was on the 7th floor.
I understand your perspective. From the 7th floor, did you see anything that
Not at that
resembled?
time.
Okay. So the only thing that you observed from the area right in front of the parking garage was arguing? Is that what you're saying?
They seemed to go sort of underneath the roof. There may have been like something physical, but it was obscured by predominantly it was obscured by the roof.
Did you see any physical contact between those men?
Very briefly before underneath, but again, I don't want to speak on that any further.
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to speculate on anything that you're saying happened when you couldn't see them, but from the point that you could see them, what physical contact was it that you saw?
Someone appeared to grab someone.
Were there any, where on the person who was grabbed, where on their body were they grabbed?
I'm not sure, I was too far away.
Did you see any punches thrown or anything like that?
I said what I saw.
Okay.
I don't really.
Thank you. You saw one person grabbed, and then they...
And then they kind of went underneath it, like there's like a roof thing that obscured things.
All right. Fair to say while they were under this roof or overhang, you couldn't see them, correct?
Correct.
When you next saw any of the individuals involved in that scuffle, where was that person going?
The 3 of them appeared to, again, I couldn't identify who was who. They just all looked like people to me. I just saw them all in a group walking towards Selma.
Were all 3 of them bunched together, or was there any separation between the 3 of them?
I can't really accurately recall.
Okay. As you saw them walking towards Selma, could you hear anything that was happening between them?
No.
Did you hear even any raised voices, even if you couldn't make out exactly what was said?
Prior to that, yes, but at that stage, no.
When you say prior to, do you mean at the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay. So you heard arguing at the parking garage, but you didn't hear any arguing as they went down Argyle?
No.
When these 3 were, did it appear to you that they were all men?
It did appear that they were all men.
Okay. Is there anything else distinct about them that you could describe?
No. One was wearing a black hoodie, but again, it was a long time ago. I don't know if that would be an accurate recollection.
Okay. When they, could you even tell the race of these people?
It was dark. I don't know.
Okay. So when these three men got to the corner of Argyle and Selma, where did you see them go?
I saw them turn, from my perspective, left and then into it's kind of like a parking lot behind these buildings.
Okay. I still have people 6 displayed up on the screen here. Can you see the direction that they went in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would, if you could take the pointer, just kind of show us where they walked down Argyle and which way they went down Selma. Okay. So, Your Honor, I would say she's describing walking southbound on Argyle towards Selma on the east side of the street, and then making a left turn and staying on the north sidewalk of Selma, headed eastbound. So you're describing them walking past this building out of view, correct?
They weren't out of view for me.
My apologies, that was not a great question. It would have been off of this
Yes.
photograph, correct? So if I take you back to People's One, what you described was them walking south on Argyle, making a left on Selma, and continuing on Selma, correct?
Yes, and turning into like a parking lot area.
And as they were walking on Selma, could you still see all three of the men that you've been describing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything between them at that point while they were on Selma?
No.
Did you see any interactions between them while they were on Selma?
No.
You said they got all the way to the corner of Vista Del Mar, correct?
From my vantage point, it appeared that they went into the parking lot area. I'm not entirely sure what the street is called. I just know that it's behind the El Centro apartments.
Okay. If it's marked here as Vista Del Mar, does that sound accurate to you?
If that's marked as that, then I suppose it is accurate.
Okay. And you know that there's a parking lot at that corner of
Yes.
Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Yes.
So you said what you described was they walked into the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Where did you see them go from the parking lot?
I saw them in the parking lot, and then they had what appeared to be an altercation, and then everyone left.
Can you describe what you mean when you say they had an altercation?
Again, this was a long time ago. I can only speak on what I can remember. It appeared that they had some kind of disagreement. There was what appeared to be like a firearm pulled. There appeared to be shots, and then people ran away.
The initial altercation that you're talking about, what was the first thing that you observed?
I can't recall.
Okay. The person that you observed with the gun, where was that person in relation to the two other people?
Closer to the El Centro apartments than Selma.
Just to let you know, we're going to break in a minute. Now, why don't we take a break now? All right, folks, we're going to break now. Please be outside the court doors at 1:30, as close to that time as possible. We will resume with Ms. Martin Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else.
said before lunch that the apartment you were in was closer or farther away from Selma, so closer to this side of the building, correct?
Yes, correct.
Up 7 stories high.
Yeah.
Now, you had described looking out. Were you on the balcony or were you looking out the window?
Both. I started out on the balcony, and then as things progressed, went inside to the windows.
So at the point where you saw the men walking down Argyle after the parking garage altercation, were you inside or outside of the apartment?
Outside.
And then when the men turned onto Selma, were you still inside or outside of the apartment?
We moved inside.
Okay. So at the point where you described you saw the men arrive here at Selma and Vista Del Mar, you were inside of your apartment.
Correct.
And what is the first thing that you recall seeing when you saw the men arrive at that intersection?
They were in this parking lot, and I couldn't hear anything, but it appeared that there was some kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. You could just tell that the vibe changed, and then they appeared to argue, and then there appeared to be a gun pulled, and then 2 shots fired. It appeared that someone fell down. There were some cars, so I didn't see what happened to that person, which is why I called 911. And then people ran off. Someone ran through the El Centro apartments, another scattered. And that at that point is kind of why I called, because I didn't see the third person, so I was like, I hope they're okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of go step by step through what you just said. The first part of your statement that you said, the words you used were the vibe changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you described there being an altercation. Did you see any physical contact between any of the 3 men?
No, it appeared to me that they were maybe exchanging words.
Okay. The man with how many of the men did you see produce guns?
1.
And what, if anything, did you see that man do?
He appeared to be closer to the El Centro apartments, and it was more of like a jump back and pulled out a gun and then fired twice, or appeared to fire twice. And then everyone the people that I could see dispersed very quickly.
You keep referencing the El Centro apartments.
Yes.
Is it possible for you to point the direction you're talking about on this exhibit where those apartments would be?
These ones here.
Okay. So the direction that you're talking about that person taking on the street, can you kind of show us with the pointer on this exhibit?
It happened inside a parking lot, so this looks different to how it did when I lived there. So, but it appeared that they could access, ran through here towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Generally, are you saying though running away from Selma?
Yes.
Okay. And that the first person that you saw heading that direction was the man with the gun?
Yes. They kind of dispersed at the same time, and one went kind of through El Centro from what I could see, and the other went, it happened very fast.
Okay. You said it appeared that the man with the gun discharged the gun twice, were your words, correct?
Yes.
What about the situation made you believe that he had discharged it?
The sound?
Could you actually hear 2 gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. The same time that you saw that man with the gun doing that jumping motion that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'm going to mark my next exhibit, the DVD and the transcript.
All right, the DVD, this is the 911 call?
Yes.
All right, that will be People's 8. And the transcript is 9. Do you have enough transcript for everybody?
I believe I do, Your Honor.
All right, Alex, can you distribute those, please? Yes, sir. Do you have traffic?
You mark the transcript, you know.
The next one? Oh, I do. Oh, we're missing one.
We got it.
Everybody's got a transcript?
There's only one audio recording on this, Your Honor. I'm just going to play it all the way through.
It's gotta be louder.
Hi, I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle and Selma in Hollywood, and there's been a shooting.
Did you see anything or you just heard it?
Yes. No, like, we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left on Selma. So we heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartments for El Centro Apartments. Someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun, and he shot, and I think the guy who shot was in blue.
Alright, let's focus on the guy with the handgun. Was he black, white, Asian?
He was black. They were all black.
Everyone put their clothes back there.
He was wearing a black, he was wearing black hoodie.
All black.
I was on the 7th floor, so this is just what I can see from the picture.
Can you still know where you are, or do you know where he is?
No, they all ran away in different directions. 2 of them ran like towards the El Centro apartment.
Let's focus on the guy that had the handgun. You know which way he went?
I think he went to the left.
I knew he was. I just saw all of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
3 went towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Alright, but I really want to focus on the guy that had the handgun. You said had the handgun, and I want to know which way he went. If he went in the direction of travel, did he go east, west, north, south, toward what apartment?
I think he went north.
North, okay.
I think he went north towards Wine, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's where we kind of ran inside to get the phone.
Okay. And do we know if anyone injured? Anyone found any medical assistance?
We're not sure. I saw someone go down, but there's a building in the way, so I'm not sure if they ran away.
Okay. And what's your name?
My name is Leah.
Leah. All right. And your phone number is
Yes.
All right. And just to confirm from where you are, from you can't see anything from down, you can't see anything in any of the commotion at all? You don't see anything there?
No, I'm on the 7th floor, so there's a building that kind of blocks it.
Okay. All right. No problem. I'll go ahead and I'll not get anything with that. Please do anything. I'll go ahead and give us a call. Okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, this is Martin Brown in the call. Have you ever heard that call before?
No.
Is that no?
That's no.
In the call, you described 4 men, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the day of this incident, as you're talking to the 911 operator, your memory was better because you were observing it?
Yes.
Okay. The only other question I want to ask you to clarify is, in the call, you said 3 of the men ran towards Hollywood Boulevard. And I put people's 1 back up on the screen. From the parking lot that you're describing, where would the men have gone to go to Hollywood Boulevard?
I assume up the middle of the apartments. This was a very long time ago.
Okay, that's fair. But I just mean generally, it would be from the parking lot here towards the top of the page, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you actually see the police arrive after you called 911?
Yes.
Did you go down and speak to the police while they were there?
No, I said I didn't want to speak to them when they called me back.
Why was it that you didn't want to speak to the police officers?
Because I absolutely did not want to be involved. I was only calling in case someone was hurt.
I should ask too, the female voice that we hear on that call, do you recognize that to be you?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Mark Brown. You and I have never spoken to each other, right?
We have not.
In fact, yesterday, you refused to speak with the investigator from the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right. People's Exhibit number 7, which is right behind you. Where is your balcony in that picture there? Can you see it from there?
Here.
I'm just, okay. Of course. Sure. All right. You know what? Yeah, that's. Just walk around. You just before just circle that, please.
Which exhibit is that?
7. People 7. So you were up there when you observed what you described, correct?
Correct.
And you said the vibe changed at one point?
Yes.
You felt from up there that there was the vibe shift?
Yeah, they seemed to move further away from one another.
Okay. And where did the person you said you thought a person went down, where did the person go down? Take your point.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
From where my balcony is, as you can see, there are some buildings.
Yeah.
So most of what happened was in further towards the center of the car park where there were no cars. When someone went down, they went near the cars, and that obscured my view.
Show us at that point where all the stuff happened before you.
So in the middle here, and then towards this kind of wall where the cars are parked as well. That kind of obscured a little bit at the end.
Just focus on that for a second. So it's your testimony that what you observed from your 7th floor balcony all occurred inside the car park.
The last part, yeah.
Okay, the part where there was the scuffling, the sound of the gun.
Yes.
And 2 people, and someone going down.
Yes.
That was inside the car park?
Yes.
Closer to the back wall of the car park where that tent is, that tent over there?
Indicating though.
No, it was kind of in this area from what I could observe. It appeared to be
This area meaning what?
in the middle.
Middle of the car park?
Yes.
Just so the record's clear, she first indicated what looks like a blue tent towards the back of the building. That's what counsel was asking about. The witness then indicated further up, and she pointed the thing by a white pickup truck. Is that agreed, counsel?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. But right at that point,
Yes.
point that you want. So around here, we're talking about what you saw from the balcony here.
Directly in the middle of the area, and then I could see, we could see the tail end of the parked cars when it occurred. So that's what obscured the end when someone fell.
So they weren't over here on the street, right?
Honestly, from that vantage point, it could have appeared that that street was part of it, but I thought it occurred in the car park. But again, I was on a 7th floor balcony.
Okay. Aside from that, by the way, who was with you? I heard no voice.
My ex-partner and my old roommate.
Two other people.
Yes.
And what's their names?
Do I have Joachim Unge, and then another friend of mine who does not want to be identified.
Okay, what was the first one? Sorry.
Joachim Unge. He's Swedish.
We have a spelling likely for the record.
Joakim Unge.
That's one individual.
Yes.
And there was a second one?
Yes.
And the second one,
She does not wish to be identified.
she told you that?
Yes.
She said why she doesn't wish to be identified.
Probably because she doesn't want to be doing what I'm doing
Sure,
right
you
now.
told me that. Okay. By the way, we talked about it, and I heard on the 911 call, you said that there was a building that in part obstructed some of your view, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything else interfere with your ability to perceive that night?
Potentially.
Potentially what?
It was a Saturday evening.
Okay, what else happened on that Saturday that potentially would have impaired your ability to perceive?
So we were watching movies, and I had had a hit of a joint.
You had what?
I'd had a hit of a joint.
So you had used a joint and you used marijuana?
Yeah.
You used marijuana that night before observing what you saw, correct?
Very lightly.
Very lightly, okay. Did you tell that to the police that night when they called you back?
No, I just said I didn't want to speak to police.
Okay. And I think you said on that 911 call, we just heard it, so I don't want to replay it for you, but the apartment you were at the time was up on the 7th floor, right? I had that right, 7th floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it was on the corner of Argyle and Selma?
Yeah.
And let's put up People's One. Can I do that for me? Oh. I didn't like but I want to go on.
Your Honor, it looks like it's working down here. This is not fast excursions, it's about speed bumps.
They're very well good.
We're in Martin again. You did it. Okay, so that's, you still have the 4 people, so that's a little crooked. So just straighten it out for a second. That's People's One, correct? That's what you saw before, it's Matt behind you, right? Miss Mark Brown.
Yes.
So, before hearing what you believe to be a gunshot or 2 gunshots, you saw people fighting in the street.
Having an altercation, yes.
Um,
But I did say that part of it was obscured by the top of the car park's roof.
Okay. As a matter of fact, what you just said on that 911 call was that there were 4 men and they was kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned the fuck themselves, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was at the time.
Yes, it had just happened.
Right, so your recollection obviously would have been much better than
Yes.
today.
I have not. The first I've heard of this again was literally a week and a half ago, so you can excuse me for being a little shady on the details.
Oh, no, it's normal, right? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, it's almost 4 years later.
Yeah.
But, what he said back then on that 911 call would have been accurate,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That's their ability anyway.
Yes.
Despite it. After you said those four men were kind of fighting, walking along Argyle, they turned left onto Selma. After that happened, you saw these people turn left onto Selma Avenue, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you heard yelling, according to your 911 call, right?
Okay.
And then you saw people starting to run, according to the 911, correct?
Yes, correct.
And according to your 911 call, only after you heard the yelling and saw people start to run, you saw what you believed being done, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police that after seeing someone pull out the gun, he shot.
Yes, correct.
And to be clear, that happened after the people turned left from Selma Avenue.
Correct.
And the street they turned left onto before you heard the shot was Vista Del Mar.
I wasn't sure what the street name was. I just knew that there was like a car park there. But yes, if according to that map, yes.
Assuming that matters, right? Vista
Correct.
Del Mar. Right, okay. Obviously, from your 7-4 balcony, you didn't see a bullet or anything come out of that gun, right? You just heard a sound.
I saw flashes.
Okay.
But I heard shots, I saw flashes, but I obviously can't see from that.
Correct. And obviously you didn't see anyone get hit in particular. And you thought you saw someone go down, right?
I saw someone go down. I didn't know if they'd been hit or not, and that's why I called 911.
Right. And you didn't know, and by the way, I think you said on the rec here today, your testimony today, and again, I know it was several years later, it appeared someone may have had a gun involved, but you're not sure because you were on the 7th floor. You recall saying that this morning, maybe the rec testimony?
Was that when you were talking, when they were talking about underneath the parking structure, or in the actual open? Because if we're talking about when there was the altercation on Argyle, then I couldn't have been sure because it was under a roof and I was on the 7th floor. But when it was in the car park, it appeared to be a gun. Because otherwise, why would it make noise and flash?
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that you saw someone going down during the incident.
Oh, I'm so
Your
sorry.
testimony that you saw someone going down.
Yes.
All right. And according to you, you think the person who was shot was wearing blue clothing.
I said that in the 911 call. As of this moment, I do not recall.
Yes. I know you'd be good with this walk around. No one suggested you should, as you sit here today, remember exactly what you saw back in November of 2020. I'm basing my questions and your answers on your 911 call, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So what's in
Sorry.
that 911 call is really what we should be relying on, right? Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's an objectionable question.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Is there anything in your 911 call you wish to correct today?
No, there's not. Again, I have been as accurate as possible with the time that has passed. I'm just here to give testimony and then leave, hopefully. Yes.
You will be able to leave.
Thank you.
Anyway, according to your 911 call, you thought that person who was shot was wearing blue clothing, right?
According to my 911 call, yes.
And then you said, believe all the people ran in different directions.
According to my 911 call, yes.
And you can't be sure, I guess, the direction you believe the person had the gun went, right?
According to the 911 call, yes.
At one point in your 911 call, you said you weren't even sure if the people ran away, right?
Correct.
And then when did they call you back? Is that what happened?
They did call me back, yes.
Okay. And basically there were officers at the scene at that point already?
I can't recall if the officers were already at the scene, but I do know that they were on their way.
Okay. And that's when the 911 operator asked if you would meet the officers?
Yes.
And you declined?
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you. Martin Brown, over the way.
Thank you.
Mr. Zolnik, anything?
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Martin Brown, thank you for coming in. You are excused. Next witness.
The next witness is Terell Ephron. In the state and will make these,
You might just right across from you, please. And if you just right about there, raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause and nothing before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat in the witness stand right over there. And please adjust the microphone and tell us your first name. Tell us your name, then spell it for the record.
Terell Ephron, Terell Ephron.
Is it very single? No, it's stationary. Never mind. And try to speak into the microphone. All right, Mr. Brzlomek, the floor is yours.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Do you know the man seated at the table in the tan jacket?
Yes.
What's his name?
Rocky.
Identify Mr. Mayor.
Rakim Mayers.
Man, do you know him by any other nicknames?
ASAP Rocky. Loco.
How did you first meet him?
In high school, we grew up together.
How old were you, do you think, when you first met him?
Probably like 17, 18.
When you first met him, was he a well-known, famous rapper?
No.
I want to jump ahead to November 6th, 2021, the day of this incident. Do you remember approximately, or do you remember how old you were that day?
Excuse me?
How old were you on the day that this happened? Do you remember?
Probably 33, 32.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you knew him about maybe 15 years at that point?
Yes.
Over the 15 years that you knew him, were the two of you friends?
Yeah.
Can you describe the closeness of your relationship to him?
The whole 15 years?
Yeah, over the course of your relationship, sort of how it started and then how close you were throughout the 15 years.
Well, I mean, we started a collective ASAP, which is a bunch of, how would you call it, like a bunch of people from New York that got different calendars.
It's okay. Just take a minute. Take a couple deep breaths. The relationship that you're describing in high school, were the two of you close friends? Like, would you see him every day, or was this sort of a friendship where you knew of him but didn't really know him?
No, we knew each other. We knew each other. We knew each other very well. I mean, it was probably like 6 or 7 of us. Probably like 4 of them was rappers.
Do you think you'd see him every day?
Up until he got famous, yeah.
Okay.
Like a little bit until he got famous.
How long do you think you knew him before? I know it's hard to peg down exactly when someone becomes famous, but about how long do you think you knew him before he became famous?
7 years.
And over that 7 years, it was a regular occurrence that you would be with him almost every day, correct?
Yeah.
Would you describe him at that time, the beginning of your relationship, as someone that was like a brother to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you started to tell us about ASAP. What does ASAP stand for?
And it means a lot of different things, but always try to prosper.
Were you a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Within ASAP, did you have a nickname that you went by?
Yeah, really. Is that really?
Was that something that started when you were in high school?
Yeah.
What year of high school, if you remember? Like, were you a junior, a senior?
Oh, it was like a season.
Did you know someone by the name of Elijah Elanga?
Yes.
Was he also a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Did he have a nickname that he went by in ASAP?
ASAP Bills?
I'm going to ask to mark my next exhibit.
10.
Do you recognize the person depicted here in People's 10?
Yeah.
And who's that?
Elijah.
Okay. Is it easier for you to refer to him as Elijah, Bills? How do you want to refer to him?
Bills?
Bills? Okay. Was he one of the kind of original members of ASAP?
Yeah.
How would you describe for the jury your relationship or your closeness with Elijah or Hills?
I mean, it was pretty good up until the incident.
Would you, up until the incident, would you have considered him a close friend of yours?
Yeah.
Was he someone that you would talk to on a regular basis?
Yeah, I talked to him the night before the incident. I was at his house, actually.
Okay. Would it fair to say, kind of up until the day of that incident, you've known him maybe approximately 15 years too?
Yeah, just a...
Do you know someone by the name of Jamel Phillips?
Yeah.
And is he also a member of ASAP?
Yeah.
What, if any, nicknames does he go by?
ASAP Kobe.
Remember my next exhibit?
Is anybody having trouble here? Everybody's okay? You're having some trouble?
Yeah.
Mr. Efron, could you try to speak up a little bit, please?
Following our People's 11, Your Honor.
Yes. What is it?
It's a one-page document, a single photograph, depicting two people. Mr. Efron, showing you the person on the left in this photograph. Do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jamel, 12.
And kind of like the same question with Hills, what's the easiest way for you to refer to him?
I was never really that cool with him.
No, I mean, as we're talking about the different people involved in this, how do you want me to refer to him? Do you want me to call him 12? Do you want me to call him Janelle?
12.
Okay, 12. And the person who's next to him in this photograph, do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's Rakim.
All right. You said regarding 12E that you were not as close to him, correct?
Is that yes?
Yes.
How would you put it in your own words, how would you describe your relationship with 12E prior to the incident?
I mean, there was never no problems, but I never wasn't that cool with him. Like, we really didn't interact that much.
Would you, if
He
you
wasn't
saw
like
him somewhere?
He came kind of like later, so like I really didn't like chilling with him or chilling with anybody who came after the fact. It was ASAP.
Okay. So what you're describing is kind of you and the defendant and Hills had known each other longer, and then 12E came after that core group was formed.
Yeah, so me, Jabari, Ills, and Rocky pretty much started ASAP.
Okay.
And anybody else who came after, if they wasn't like genuinely like trying to better themselves or do something other than like fooling around, kind of distance myself.
Okay. Is that, you mentioned the name Jabari. Who's Jabari?
What do you mean by that?
What's his name?
Jabari. That's the name. ASAP Bari.
Okay. Does he have any other nicknames in your life?
Young Wood.
Would he also have been considered part of the ASAP collective that you described?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Within that collective of members of ASAP, were all the people that were members, were they all rappers?
No.
What were some of the other pursuits that members of ASAP would also pursue?
Fashion, producing, anything involved with like culture, really.
What, were you a rapper?
No.
What was your contribution to the group?
I was a manager. Not of ASAP, but I created my own company.
What was the name of your company?
Shut Up.
And when you say you were a manager, what does that mean?
I was scout for talent, like I had producers, I had artists. I helped actual ASAP members with stuff.
So the managing that you're talking about is all related to the music industry,
Yes.
and you're saying you would try to find people who are talented at different areas within music, like rapping or producing, correct?
Yeah.
And would you try to help get them projects?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. The person that you refer to as Jabari, did you also refer to him as Bari?
Yeah. Yeah, Bari.
So if we say Jabari or Bari, we're talking about the same person?
Yes.
That person, Jabari, how close were you to him?
I would say pretty close, yeah.
Was he someone that you would see on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Did you have problems in the time that you knew him with him specifically?
Mm-hmm.
Is that no?
No.
Okay. Were you with Jabari the day before this incident on November 5th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
That day, November 5th, where in the country were you with Jabari?
We actually missed a flight. We were supposed to go to Chicago, but we was in LA.
Okay. So the whole time you're with him, you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you live in Los Angeles at the time?
No.
What state did you live in November of 2021?
New York.
How long have you been in Los Angeles on November 5th, 2021? So if you can tell us the exact day that you flew in, that's fine, or if you can just give us an estimate of how many days you've been in Los Angeles.
I probably flew in, I think the 5th.
So that day?
Or the 4th, I don't know. Like, my artist was in town, so he was recording. So I don't know, it was a while ago. I'll have to look at text messages or something like that.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. May I approach her? Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have to. Yeah, I apologize. Right? You told us that. Refresh your recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. So what days were you specifically in Los Angeles with your artist while he was recording?
Let me see that again. What day is it?
What did you
Hold on.
What did you attempt to refresh his recollection?
A text message.
Is it a screenshot?
Yes. I wasn't going to mark it as an exhibit.
You don't have to. It's just used to refresh his recollection. It doesn't have to be an exhibit.
Let me see the date. I was just
Yeah, take your time.
okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what days were you in Los Angeles with your artist?
Probably got there the 3rd day.
Okay.
Probably flew in the 3rd. Because I got on the Airbnb. I was pretty close to my hotel.
Yeah, Terrell, you got to keep your voice. Try to your voice is soft, so try to speak into it.
So what I think you're saying is you arrived in Los Angeles, to the best of your recollection, November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your artist, the artist that you were managing was recording music the 4th, 5th, and 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you get to Los Angeles on the 3rd?
What do you mean?
Meaning you're from New York. How did you get here?
Oh, flu.
When you say you flew, did you fly on a private plane or on a commercial jet?
On Delta. Commercial.
Did you have to go through airport security?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you met up with Jabari on November 5th in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall where you met him?
When I first met Jabari?
Yeah. Well, I
When
mean,
I first linked up?
that day, November 5th, where did you meet him?
In his apartment. I mean, in his house.
And is that in Los Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? Is that
Yes.
While you were with Jabari that day, did you overhear a conversation between Jabari and the defendant, Mr. Mayers?
Yeah, we was on our way back from the airport, and he got a call from Rocky.
So the defendant called Jabari,
Yeah.
and can you describe for the jury how it was that you were able to hear the defendant on that call?
We was in the back of the SUV, and he got a call from Rocky. He put the phone on his stomach, so he was laying back in the truck, and he put his phone on his stomach, and just was like listening, like talking to him.
Was the
And I'm in
phone
the other chair.
Was the phone on speaker?
Yeah.
So you could hear both sides of the conversation?
Yeah.
What was the nature of the call between Jabari and the defendant?
It started off first, I believe, like Rocky was trying to get Barbie to come to this complex con 10-year anniversary thing, and Jabari declined, and the conversation got kind of weird, like, and then Jabari says something like, "Oh, I see you got ills and 12E on the jet," and it became like an inside joke because Rocky hasn't hit them, and it just became an inside joke. Kind of. So then Rocky's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I got my niggas with me, boom, 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 whatever." And then instantly after that, he says, "Fuck that nigga Relli." And I'm like, I'm sitting in the back of the chair, and I kind of get up, and I'm like, and then Barbie like stops me. He's like, and then I'm listening, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't fuck with." Can I say what I want to say?
Yes.
Say it.
So he pretty much was like, "Oh, I don't fuck with that nigga. He mad emotional, like this, that, and the third." Pretty much. It was so long ago, but it was in the contents of that. And then Jabari was like, "What you mean you don't fuck with him?" And he's like, "I just don't fuck with him. I don't like that nigga, like this, that, and the third." And after he said something about like it's so long ago, but he was like, I'll beat him up or something like that. So, you want to keep going?
Let me stop you. You said that you keep saying he said. Were those all things that the defendant said specifically?
Yeah.
So he was the one that said he doesn't fuck with you, correct?
Yeah.
Had you said anything at that point in the car that would have alerted him to the fact that you were actually in the car?
No, he didn't know I was there.
Did Jabari...
I wanted to say something, but Ari was like kind of put his hand to the side to like my leg, you know what I mean? And I was just listening.
I'm assuming then that Jabari didn't tell him, "I'm in the car with..."
Oh, no.
Okay, so as far as you knew, the defendant had no idea that you were in the car.
No, he had no idea.
Other than the specific things that you've already said he said about you, is there anything else that you can recall that the defendant said about you on that call?
Not at the moment. It was like 3 years ago. So like, I got anxiety. I got anxiety right now. So it's like, I'm trying.
that you said that on that call, the defendant said, referring to you, he's a bitch.
That's objection.
All right. At that moment, on November 5th of 2021, were you aware of tension between you and the defendant? At the point that the defendant is saying those things about you on the phone, were you also feeling tension in your relationship with him?
I mean, it's kind of always been like that towards, it's really hard having a relationship with Rocky.
Can you explain that?
I mean, you want me to tell me my personal experience, or?
Yes.
I feel like he's fake.
How so?
He lies a lot. Like, I don't see him, so it's like, how are we gonna have a relationship? You know what I mean?
Is there anything specific that you can think of?
Yeah, with like my companies or just anything, like overall. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had this one job I call him Mr. 6 Month Man, because I would see him every 6 months. You know what I mean? But then when you come around, it's like, it's fake. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to be in this ASAP thing for? It's all smoke and mirrors.
Did you actually voice your displeasure to
Yeah.
him?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Through text messages. But nothing ever like threatening him or anything, just mostly telling him like, you gotta tighten up, this shit fake.
But you would text message him and say...
And he won't text me back. He would never text me back.
Okay.
I'll probably see him and we'll have a conversation. He'll be like, he'll laugh, like, oh bro, you emotional or something like that. And intense, like, you know, shit like that.
When he calls you emotional, you heard that as an insult to you, correct?
Not really.
Okay, how did you take it?
Like he's trying to shoot me off. Like using that as like leverage to be like, not get business done, I guess.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the very next day, so November 6, 2021, the day of this incident. Where were you staying at that night in Los Angeles?
Staying at the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
And that evening, did you have any plans to meet up with the defendant at all?
No, I haven't spoken to him in months, probably prior to that. I texted him, but he never answered me back.
You mentioned in your earlier answer that there was this event called Complex Concerts going on that weekend, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said the defendant was actually performing at that concert series, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have plans to go with the defendant to Complex Con?
No. I wasn't on that jet. I didn't get no phone call, so why would I, you know what I mean?
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking you to explain. As far as Complex Con, you had no plans to go there, and certainly not to go with him, correct? Did you have plans to go with Ills or with 12?
No.
What was your business in Los Angeles at that time?
Working with my artists.
And if you can recall, what are the hours that you're working with your artists?
Oh, I booked pretty much all day sessions. We was finishing up a mixtape for, I believe one of these labels wanted me to like show them like something like better than, because I had a couple songs, so they just wanted to see like a compilation of the work that I'm doing.
Okay. How long? You're saying hours, but how many hours would these sessions be?
I don't know. I would be in and out. I would never stay in the studio that long.
Okay.
I was just looking for the artist.
At around 9:23 that evening, did you receive a series of calls and text messages from the defendant, Ills, and 12E?
Oh yeah.
At the time that you were receiving those communications, what were you doing?
I was sleeping.
No. Let me see. Right.
I'm going to show this to you. You recognize what you see here?
Yeah,
And what is this?
it's my whole house.
And is this a photograph that you specifically took? Like a screenshot?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is reflected in your call log here?
What do you mean?
Okay, all these numbers are in red. Does that mean anything to you?
Miss Cole?
And who were the people that you were missing calls from, starting at the top of the page?
Rocky. That's a larger number. That's 12B, 12B. Elijah, Rocky.
Okay. And did you receive those missed calls kind of in quick succession? Meaning like right after each other?
I don't know. I woke up to a FaceTime call from Rocky. So then after I noticed I had all those missed calls, I didn't even like wake up and notice the calls.
Prior to you waking up, did you receive any text messages from the defendant?
Wait.
So you're saying you received a bunch of missed calls while you were asleep. You woke up, you answered your phone, talked to him, and then you kind of went back and looked at your phone afterwards. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
And that's when you saw you had a bunch of missed calls from him, and Elijah at 12. Did you also have text messages from him?
Yeah.
We'll mark my next turn. If I may approach with People's 13 now. This, you recognize what you see here?
Yeah.
And just in general, what is this photograph?
This is a screenshot.
Of your phone?
Mm-hmm. Me and Rocky's
Is that
text
yes?
message. Yes.
And is this screenshots, text messages that you received from him that day?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
said yes?
Yes.
Sorry. Every time you say that, or he's going to
Just a
ask
little
you.
nervous.
Yeah, but if you can, try to say yes or no.
Yes.
So there are 3 messages at the top that are in gray. Are those from you or are those from the defendant?
That's from Rocky.
And if you would read them one after another, what do they say?
Where you at? Question mark. Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. When he texted you, specifically the phrase, let's get to it, did you know what he was referring to?
I mean, I had kind of an idea that he wanted to probably fight or something, or just argue or something. I don't know.
What gave you that idea?
The day before his conversation.
So you still have that conversation that he had with Jabari in your head at the time you read that text message?
Yeah, that conversation spoke volumes because I never heard him talk like that. And over the whole, many years I know him, I told him a bunch of times, if you ever had a problem with me, let me know, because shit's not adding up.
Okay. When you said that you thought he wanted to fight you. What do you specifically mean by that phrase, fight?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Do you mean physical violence? Do you mean an argument? What do you
Yeah, like an argument,
phrase?
maybe like a physical, I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking.
Did, at that point, were you wanting to have a physical fight with him?
No.
Those text messages that you read from him, when you read those, did you perceive those to be aggressive towards you?
Yeah.
Now, you said also when you woke up, you talked to him on FaceTime, correct?
Yeah.
What was your conversation with him about?
He was just more so like, okay, so he was like, where you at? And I'm like, huh? And then he's like, where are you? Like, kind of like broke down. And I'm like, instantly, I don't know, for some reason, I just told him the W. You know what I mean? And then he's like, no, you're not. That's a bum-ass hotel. So I'm like, and then he's like, show me where you at. So then got up to bed and I kind of, the Lowe's Hotel is on Hollywood. The W is in Hollywood. So it kind of, everything kind of looked the same. So when I showed him outside, I think that was good enough to the point he believed I was at the W.
Okay. When you said you received this call, were you fully awake even when you started talking to him?
No, I was still asleep, kind of.
And you said he first asked you where are you at, and you said, I think you said huh.
Yeah, I said
And then you said he broke it down, where you at?
No, where are you? Like, where you at? Where are you? Like, kind of like with force the second time, like.
Okay, that was even my question. What was his tone of voice when he said, where are you?
Okay, so the first one was like kind of regular. After I said or whatever, the second one was just like, wait, like, you know, it was a problem. Like, where are you? Like, where you at? Like, you know what I mean?
And you said that after you told him you were staying at the W, he called your room a bum-ass room?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I guess it's, it didn't look like the W.
Like not as nice?
I don't know.
How did you receive it?
Yeah, pretty, like, I was still asleep, I didn't care. I just wanted to show him outside the window, just figure out what the hell is going on, you know what I mean? Are we gonna link up, like what's going on? Like, what's the purpose of this call?
At the moment you're talking to him, did you have any idea why you wanted to meet up with him?
No.
Okay, you said you showed him Hollywood Boulevard outside of your hotel. What was the next thing that happened in your phone call after that?
I think he said he'd be right there. And then that's when I text Elijah, like, because then I'm looking at my phone and I'm noticing I got all these text messages. And like I said, Jamel text me too and called me, but I don't like Jamel like that. So I like ills. I know ills, you know what I mean? So text ills. I'm like, what's going on? Pretty much.
Hold on.
I don't remember exactly what I said from that day because it was 3 years ago, but I hit ills to like kind of confirm like what's going on.
Yeah, and that's fine. At that point, did you know that 12B and Ills were with the defendant?
What do you mean? Like,
did you know that
come in
and work together?
Like, come to link me?
No, I mean in general. That
Oh yeah, because it was on the plane.
Okay. And so when you received the messages from Ills and from 12B, you understood at that time that they were with the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
After your conversation let me clarify, when you say you're on FaceTime, was that FaceTime that also had video associated with it?
Yes.
So he could see you through the phone too, correct?
Yes.
After your conversation with him, Did the two of you make plans to meet up?
I mean, I didn't really make plans. It was kind of like wake up. And I wanted to, thought we were just gonna talk and like really hash things out. Because this happened before, not like this, but like where we talk shit out, you know what I mean? And like I said, I call him Mr. 6 months and I haven't seen him in a very long time. So maybe he hasn't read the room, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah.
You said in the past when you had problems with him, you felt comfortable just expressing that to him verbally and talking to him, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And was that sort of something that had happened on multiple occasions where the two of you would talk and work out your problems verbally?
Okay, I'm going to ask the leading be curtailed a little bit, please, to that last question.
Your Honor, we can over.
Can you say that again, please?
Was that something that had happened multiple times where the two of you would talk and work out your problems, or was that something that only happened once before?
I mean, if we worked out our problems, we wouldn't be here. So this was an ongoing thing of just like open and injury, even though like promises or anything, you know what I mean? But I didn't care really. I was always working towards my goals at the end of the day, what I wanted to do.
Sure.
The situation.
I guess what I'm trying to listen or ask you about is, have you had problems in your relationship with the defendant prior to this?
I wouldn't say problem. I don't know. Me personally, I never had a problem with him, but I think he had a problem with me.
Okay. You say, I think the words that you used to describe what
No,
you
I
were-
actually do know he had a problem with me because in the text message, he says that I got him cut, like I let him get cut. And that happened years, a year or something. So that means you're holding on a grudge and something I didn't even had nothing to do with.
Okay, we'll get there. Hold on.
I feel like that was our whole relationship, like just weird grudges. Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Are you saying that you felt like he had a problem with you and you didn't have a problem with him? Is
Yeah,
that?
no, of course I didn't have a problem with him.
But you had sent him messages in the past where you had expressed, your disappointment in him. You already said that, right?
Yeah.
So there
And I
was
think we have those text messages. The text messages, I always still, like, how you say it, like, complimented him or bigged him up for his success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like, I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you. I probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, like, I don't know, some, but I never really got responses back from him.
I'm trying to understand, if you can, what your state of mind is as you're going to this meeting with him, or as you said, to link up with him.
My state of mind?
Yes.
I was feeling real confident because, like I said, I don't think he read the room. I'm doing really good for myself. So I felt like this is a time for me and him to like actually come to common grounds and be like, fuck the bullshit. You know what I mean? Because what are we doing here? Like, you talk to everybody else like that. You're not talking to me like that. Nor am I accepting none of this. You know what I mean?
When you say read the room, what do you mean by that phrase?
Because why would you do what you did if you're not under? I say read the room is because like you're not reading the room, like you're not knowing who you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking you could just. He knows of me, but he didn't know what I was up to. So you're probably thinking I'm a bum or I'm not like this person, somebody you could just have your way with.
Did you feel personally like your music career was becoming more successful?
Yeah, for sure. I was going in and out of the label meetings.
Would you say at that point that was essentially the height of your career in the music business? Have you been more successful? Okay.
Yeah. In the music industry, yeah. Yeah, I was at my highest I've ever been because I finally figured it out. I figured out how to make money back into everything. So I made my own label.
Sorry, and I don't mean to talk over you. My apologies for that.
Mm-hmm.
You said that going into this meeting, you were confident. Is that what you mean by?
It wasn't even a meeting. I wouldn't even call it a meeting. It was just like, I'm linking up with Rocky. I haven't seen it do it in dumb long.
Yeah.
Like, anytime you want, like, you're gonna go link him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't see the dude.
What does that phrase "link with him" mean to you? Are you saying something less, like more informal than?
Like, for instance, if we had a problem, I felt like it could have been hashed out the moment he seen me. But instead, it was like, it got nasty. You know what I mean? Like he didn't read the room. He didn't take a second to think.
Okay. Where is it specifically that you ultimately linked up with?
Well, when I was walking from the Lowe's, because it's kind of far away, I was texting Elijah, and then I told him I'm like next to Trader Joe's or something because I know the area of the W. So then when I don't really know the streets, so the top of where the W is at, I just, instead of being on the side of the W, I cross the street for some reason. And then I see Rocky walking, well, I don't see him yet, walking down the block. Then I hear him. I hear him first before I even see him. He has a hoodie on.
Okay. Is there any kind of landmark in the area that where you ultimately linked up with him?
What do you mean?
Meaning, you're saying I don't remember what the streets were called. That's okay, but was there something on the street where you met him that you could say we were outside of this?
Oh, it was directly across from the entrance way of the W. Like, there's a parking lot, like right, like where we stopped at. Kind of.
I'm going to mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
14.
Mr. Efron, showing you he was 14. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah.
And do you see the entrance of the parking lot that you were talking about?
Yeah, so I was walking like right here.
There's a pointer. You see a wooden pointer anywhere?
So I was walking on this block, coming straight here, and then he was like somewhere right here, and then I heard him. You want me to check what out?
Well, I'm just asking, do you recognize this area?
Oh yeah.
And is that specifically the parking lot that you met him in front of?
Yeah.
All right. You said you don't know the streets in that area very well, but did you know where Hollywood Boulevard was?
Yeah.
And were you at all close to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, the main like strip, I believe.
Would that have been like directly above where you met him?
Above.
All right, I'm going to show you number 2, where Hollywood Boulevard is labeled here at the top. You see that?
Let's see what now.
Is the screen in front of you working? Just so you don't have to turn around.
No, it's not.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Along the top of this page, I know there's a lot going on here, but you see, can you recognize this to be Hollywood Boulevard at the top?
I'm not from LA, so
Okay.
I wouldn't really, but that's Hollywood Boulevard. Yeah.
Let's go to People's Exhibit 2. This is clearly marked there. Hollywood
Oh yeah,
Boulevard.
yep.
Sorry, People's 1. Thank you. The street that you came down was next to the W Hotel, correct? I know it's not marked on here, but
Yeah, where's the hotel?
did you come down the street that was right next to the W Hotel?
Yes.
And you came from Hollywood Boulevard down the street?
Yeah. Because I traveled from the Lowe's, so I took Hollywood Boulevard.
Did you walk pretty much Hollywood Boulevard the entire way?
Yeah.
And you said then at the W, then you turned and came down the street next to the.
Yeah, Argyle.
Okay. If you don't remember the name of the street, that's fine. Just you can tell us by the landmark. But what you're saying is you came Hollywood Boulevard to the W, and then you turned down a small street that was next to the W.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And I believe you said in your prior answer that the street that you were on had the entrance to the valet area of the W, correct?
No, I wasn't on the side of the W.
No, I'm saying that street is where you would enter the W Hotel.
Oh, yeah, yes.
And, but you said you were specifically on the other side of the street from the W.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the parking garage. You described it before on People's 14, coming this way, so from the lower left-hand corner towards the top right-hand corner of the page in that direction on the sidewalk here, correct?
Yes.
So would the W have been on the opposite side of the street?
Yeah, right here, sir.
And as you were walking down that street, what was the next thing that you remember that caught your attention?
I didn't see nobody. I heard Rocky though. I heard him say, "What now, pussy?" But it's been so long, so I don't know. What now, pussy, or what now? Like, something along the lines of that. Like he was like, "What now?"
And what was his tone of voice?
Oh, he was loud. Like that's what caught my attention. And then I seen Elijah, and then Jamel, and then that's when I'm walking. Like, cause I was continuing walking. I wasn't like stopping or waiting around anywhere. I was already walking. They was already there. So
Where?
I guess they was already on Argyle because they was calling me still. Elijah was calling me to see where I'm at. Mind you, I was far. That hotel was far. So when I got there, I'm walking down the block. I wasn't like waiting, calling him or anything. I'm still en route, pretty much. So I hear him as I'm en route still. And then that's when we meet up and then we see the altercation.
But you're saying the first thing that caught your attention was his voice, correct?
Yeah.
Saying, "What now, pussy?"
Yeah, what now, pussy?
And it was loud.
Yeah.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah.
Okay, after that, hearing that, did you see him?
Yeah, truthfully, it was all like a movie. It was like literally
How
like
so?
a movie.
Explain that.
Just the way he was walking, the whole thing, like the hoodie, like it would just caught me off guard. You know what I mean? Like it was no time to talk, no time for nothing.
Right. These people don't know what you're talking about with the hoodie, though. Can you explain what you mean when you say with the hoodie?
Oh, because he had a hoodie on.
Up over his head?
Yeah.
Okay. And was he walking straight towards you?
Yeah.
Was, you said Ills and 12 were with him. How close were they to him?
Oh, they was right behind him.
Were they facing you too?
My eyes was on Rocky at that point. Like when he said, "What now, pussy?" I was like, he's right there. You know what I mean?
You're focused on him.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see in your periphery that the two other guys are with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Close.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you know why I keep saying that?
No.
All right, see this lady right here? She's a word reporter, and she's taking down every word that
No,
everybody's...
he's like really nervous.
No,
So I'm like, you know what I mean?
it's okay. A lot of people get nervous when they're right there. I didn't want you to think I'm messing with you when I say, is that yes or no? She has to take down every word that everybody says. And when you say or it's not clear what you mean. So that's why I'm saying yes or no. So the court reporter's clear.
Like a bracelet.
What?
Bracelet.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. As best you can, if you can take yourself back to that moment, as you're walking up towards him, were you expecting to get in a physical fight with him?
I mean, at that moment, the way, before then, no, I thought maybe we was gonna talk. Or even when he did bring them, I thought maybe he was bringing them to like make a statement or something to like let them think that he's like tough or something. I don't know. That's what I kind of thought like after.
No, I'm not talking about ills or 12. I'm just talking about the defendant.
Okay.
Were you approaching him of the state of mind that you were going to have a physical fight with him?
No, the whole time, to be honest, I would never fight Rocky. And that's God's honest truth. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a reason to fight him. We're in an industry where you get blackballed really easy. I'm obviously on the lower end of the stick here. You get what I'm saying? So that's why in the video, you notice I'm a lefty. I pushed him away with my left. He grabbed me with two hands. If I wanted to fight him, and mind you, we're walking. If I wanted to fight him, I would have hit him with the right. You get what I'm saying? And it would have been fighting. Like, I stopped him with my left. And in the video, that's when you see Elijah, like, kind of like breaking it up after.
Before we talk about the video, and get there, I want, if there's any other way that you can explain that to the jury, what it would mean for you to get in a physical fight, specifically with the defendant, at that moment.
The only thing that would make me fight Rocky is if I'm physically like hurt, like if he punched me. Then I would consider hitting him or fighting him. But I would give him, just because who he is, like I wouldn't, and I think he uses that to his benefits or like whoever famous that whatever that shit is. But like I wasn't gonna fight him.
What would it mean? What would it mean for your career if you got in a physical fight?
Oh, it would be over.
How so?
It would be over.
Can you
Literally
explain
over. You don't have a career.
Was that in your head?
I'm like part of a conglomerate, like a group. So if I fight Rocky and I beat him up, or if we fight or something, I'm already not liked, and people don't like me and shit like that. So I'm fighting him. I'm definitely getting blackballed, and all the labels like him and work with him and do this. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to swither my way in. You know what I mean? So if that comes to like light that we fought or something like that, I'm pretty sure it won't go good. Like nobody would do business with me or other things like that, you know what I mean?
Okay. I want to ask you just about a couple things you just said in your answer. You mentioned ASAP in that. Was the defendant kind of the most successful member of ASAP at that point?
Oh yeah, for sure.
By far?
By far.
Would he have been kind of the leader of ASAP, even if not formally? Would he
I wouldn't call him the leader, but
You both can't talk at the same time. Hold on. Ask the question again.
Would other members of ASAP kind of turn to him when they have projects or things like that?
not too many people. It wasn't real motion. Like then, it was pretty much whatever Rocky got going on. Like people would try things, but it kind of got to like what Rocky's doing, or like stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, what I hear is you're saying he was like really the only highly successful member of this.
No, because then you got Jabari that creeped through the doors, through his V-Loan, you know what I mean? You got Ferg, who did music, but everybody else, good luck.
Okay.
And I mean, good luck.
Including yourself?
Yeah, for sure. I was definitely down and out.
Let's take a break now.
Okay.
Folks, we'll take 15 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 3:15, at which time we will resume. And please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else.
Mr. Efron, I had asked you before how you traveled to Los Angeles. You said you took a commercial Delta flight, correct?
Yeah.
Did you bring any
Yes.
weapons with you when you took that flight to Los Angeles?
No.
Specifically, did you bring a handgun with you?
No.
All right, right before we broke, you were talking about what it would mean for your career, or as you understood what it would mean for your career if you got into a physical fight or physically attacked the defendant. And you talked about ASAP already, but in your earlier answer, you said there would also be a consequence with record labels. Is that correct?
Yes.
What can you explain that just in more detail for the jury so they understand what you're talking about?
I mean, I wouldn't know if it would be direct consequences, like, but I'm pretty sure it would be out there that we fought and people would just pick sides, like right now. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, he's famous. I'm nobody, pretty much.
Had you had meetings with record labels before this incident?
Oh, yeah.
And since this incident, have you continued to have meetings with record labels?
No, the moment it became public, everything changed.
How so?
I mean, like everything changed. Like people knew it was me that pressed charges against Rakim. So everybody looked at me like I'm doing wrong for pressing charges.
And did some of the deals that you had set up, did those go away?
Oh yeah, I had to like pretty much vacate my label and everything because my artists, they no longer wanted to work with me because of the decisions I chose to make. So yeah.
Okay. So not only the record labels that you were meeting with, but also the artists who you were managing no longer wanted to work with you.
Yeah, because they felt like many different reasons, but one, they felt like I don't have no credibility no more, one, and two, I'm getting labeled as, I guess, a snitch or something like that, you know?
Okay. Now, those are real consequences that have happened to you since this incident. But did you have it in your mind before you met with him at the parking lot that something like that would happen if you got into a physical fight with him?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, did you know going into this incident that if you got into a physical fight that it would likely be the end of your music career?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to fight Rakim.
As you were walking to the street where you ultimately linked up with him, did you have any weapons with you?
No.
Did you have any handguns with you?
No.
Did you have any knives, folding knives, anything like that?
Nothing of the sort.
I'm going to mark the next exhibit.
15.
And Equals 15 is an external hard drive or what they call thumb drive. Containing surveillance video.
Terrell?
There is on one of the surveillance videos, but it's not spoken word.
Noise?
Yeah, it's. Yes. Hold on 1 second. Okay, and Your Honor, just so the record is clear, we mark this as catch 15?
The thumb drive?
Yes.
15.
On equals 15, it's the file that I'm playing is labeled sequenced surveillance video. All right, Mr. Efron, I'm going to play just a few seconds of this video, then I'll ask you some questions. And I'm stopping that. What's that number? It's really small. It's at 30 seconds on the video player. Did you recognize the what was captured on that video in those 30 seconds? Did you recognize what we saw there?
Yeah.
And did you specifically recognize that to be the first incident that happened when you first linked up with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
Play it again from the beginning, and I'll stop it. Okay. I think I stopped it at 6 seconds, if I can read that from here. The first person that we saw walking down the sidewalk on the screen, who was that?
Wait, the person
You want me to
that
play it again?
the person that I seen?
Yes.
Yeah, that was Rakim.
No, the first person that we saw coming down.
Oh, that's me.
That's you,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'll play it forward a little bit from here. And pause it at 11 seconds on the video. Now, the second person that we see in the screen looks like they're, physically right in front of you. Who is that?
That's Rakim.
And when you first approached him, can you describe what happened in your own words? Whether we saw it on the video or not, just in your own words, describe what happened.
So when he came up to me, like from the video from what I can see, because he's saying he shot my own work, it was like 2 years ago. For another video. But I was stopping a little. I could see I was stopping a little. And like I said, I'm lefty. I'm righty. I stopped him with my left, trying to like back him up. You know what I mean? And then
Let me stop you for 1 second. That interaction that we see, would that have been right after he said, I don't remember what your exact words were, but...
what's up now, pussy?
What's up now, pussy?
Probably like 10 seconds later, because he was still walking.
Okay. And could you see his face as he was walking towards you?
Yeah.
How did he look?
Oh, angry.
So could you tell as he was approaching you that you were headed for a physical confrontation with him?
His hands wasn't up. It was more so walking. So then when we got to each other, he initiated. He like trying to like grab me or try to like grab me by my collar. That's why you see like that, and then I like grabbed him off. You know what I mean?
So as best you can remember it, he was the first one who grabbed you by the collar,
Then he grabbed me by my collar.
and then you raised which of your hands to
My left.
your left hand to separate from him.
Yeah.
Okay. And as he grabbed the collar of your sweatshirt, what did he do?
I think he's just trying to tug at me and like talking and going back and forth. And then Elijah, everything happens so fast. And then Elijah gets in the middle.
Okay. When you say he's talking at you, do you remember anything that he said?
Like I said, it was 3 years ago. I would have to see what I said before I want to say something that I don't like vaguely remember.
That's fair. But so as you sit here right now, today, 3 years later, you don't specifically remember the words he said. Is that what you're saying?
Not the words so much, except for like towards the ending when the gun came out. I remember that.
Okay.
I remember the words that came out when the gun came out.
As best we can, I'd like to go through it step by step. So when he first approaches you, you're saying he's saying words, but you can't remember the words?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the tone that he had said these words with?
Oh, at that point, like, we pretty much damn near fighting. Like, he's saying what he's trying to get, I don't know.
I mean, did he sound angry to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Were you saying anything back to him?
Yeah.
Do you,
I don't remember.
You don't remember your words? Do you remember your tone?
I was angry because he touched me. I was just like, the fuck off me, or probably like. But then, mind you, the gun came out seconds later, so then my tone got really angry after. Because, what the fuck you got a gun for? And that's what I said.
Okay, so you kind of move forward. You remember being angry because he's tugging at your sweatshirt.
Mm-hmm.
Then he had a gun in his hand. Did you see where the gun came from?
It came from his waistline.
Okay, so
It came from his waistline.
This might be clear to everybody except me, but can you have Mr. Efron identify on the screen?
Yes, please.
I'm the one on the right, and then it's Rocky with the black hoodie.
Thank you.
For the record, he's holding on the left side.
You have a sweatshirt with some type of graphic on it?
Yeah.
Here I have some photographs of his clothing. I have three photographs. Can I just staple them and collectively mark them as equals? 16?
16A through C.
Okay. I'm going to show you 16A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, that's my hoodie.
Is that the same hoodie that you were wearing that day?
Yes, it is.
And is that the back of the hoodie?
Yes.
And then 16B, do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's in front of my hoodie.
Same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And then 16C,
Yes, my sweatpants.
same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. So your sweatshirt or hoodie had that graphic on the back, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go back to the video. If I can remember where we left off. So you, too long for my video. So you're saying that you were upset that he grabbed you by the collar, but then he produced the gun with his from his waistband, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember which hand he was holding the gun in, his left or his right?
Probably his right.
Do you remember? Or?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, you just remember he had a gun in his hand.
Yeah, I just remember he had a gun in his hand.
Did you, and I don't mean the instant that you saw it, but throughout this incident, could you see the gun clearly?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol and a revolver?
Yes.
What is the difference between those two to you?
One of them have a clip and the other one you just load up bullets.
Do you, if I told you that a revolver had a wheel,
Right.
does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And the gun that you saw him with, was it a semi-automatic, as you say, with a clip, or was it a revolver that has a wheel?
It's a semi-automatic with a clip.
Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
Black.
And do you remember anything else about it?
No.
Had you ever seen that gun before?
No.
Did you know the defendant to carry guns regularly?
Not really. I think one time he said I seen like on his wallet he had like a firearms in New York one time or something like that, but I don't remember ever seeing like or knowing, like physically knowing.
Okay. I mean, like, did you personally see him with a gun on occasions before this?
No, he has a lot of security.
Okay. Did you, if someone said that the defendant was known to carry a prop gun or fake guns, would that have been knowledge that you personally had?
No, he don't carry fake guns. You don't. Prop guns?
Yes.
No.
You never knew him to carry a prop?
No.
Did you ever know him to have any guns? And I don't mean, now I want to kind of broaden it. So not that he would carry in public, but guns that he would have either at his house or anywhere else?
Not to my knowledge. I never physically seen any guns on Rocky.
Okay. Except for that day when
Yeah, that night.
Okay. Now, from what we see on the video, the two of you move off screen off the video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And when the two of you move off of the screen, is that where he first pulled the gun out of his waistband?
Yeah.
What was the first thing that you saw him do with the gun?
Oh, he pointed at me, and then that's when Elijah was like in between, and he's like, "I'll kill you right now, pussy," or like whatever, like just was. And then I'm right behind Elijah, and I'm saying, "If you brought a gun, use it then." Like, the fuck you brought a gun for, pussy? That's the words I was saying to him.
When you said he pointed it at you, where on your body was it pointing?
Like towards my stomach, like towards like my headish a little. Like everything was happening so fast. So fast. You know what I mean?
And from what you're describing, was it moving?
Yeah, it was moving. He had it up.
Okay, so he didn't just hold it at your stomach. It was kind of...
No, he was looking for a spot to shoot.
Okay.
Like if Elijah wasn't there, I don't know what would have happened.
And you said as he was pointing it at you, what did he say?
I'll kill you right now.
And was that in an angry tone?
Yeah, he was livid.
Was his voice elevated? Like, was he yelling this at you, or was this something he was saying quiet?
Yeah, because we was yelling back and forth at this point.
All right. And you said that after he pointed the gun at you, you became angry, correct?
Yeah, I became furious.
So what did you say back to him?
I told him to use it.
Why?
Because mentally, like, I couldn't believe he just pulled the gun out on me. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you better use that shit. The fuck you got a gun for?
Can you explain, I want, as best you can to the jury, explain to them what you mean by, I can't believe you just pulled the gun on. What do you mean by that?
Like, I physically cannot believe there was a gun in my face. Like, that was the breaking point for me. Because like what I said, I told this kid numerous times, if you have a problem with me, let me know. You know what I mean? I feel like this got to the max. Like, this was like no return. So if I was willing to die for my respect at this point, I don't care. You get what I'm saying? Like, if this is what you want to do, I still have my dignity. That's how I felt.
You're saying, I can't believe he did this to me, though. Did you ever think that he would actually shoot you?
At that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad. I seen a gun. I didn't care.
And so, when you told him something to the effect of to shoot you, I mean, did you have a death wish at that moment? Did you want him to actually shoot you?
Oh, of course not.
So why did you say that to him?
Because I was just so mad. I seen this man just pull a gun out on me. You know what I mean? Like, I was furious. Like, what the fuck is a gun? What are you doing with a gun?
Were you mad because specifically it was the defendant? Or do you think you would have also been mad had this been, say, just a stranger?
What do you mean?
So if a stranger had pulled a gun on you the same way that he did, how do you think you would feel?
Oh, I would try to run. I would try to, like, if a regular person pulled a gun out on me,
yes.
I'd probably be dead. I don't know. I'd probably run, probably get shot.
Do you think you'd respond the same way and say, shoot me?
No. Stranger? No.
You think you'd be scared in that scenario?
The only reason why I said that is because I know Rakim. I know him. You know what I mean? So I felt at the moment that was the right thing to do. Especially, it goes back to Mr. 6-month man. I'm not going to let you feel like you come around and do what the fuck you want. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not about to pull a gun out on me. It's not happening. I mean, you already did, but I'm going to let you know in front of your 2 little minions you brought with you that, because I'm pretty sure they would have ran back to his crib and told everybody else, oh, I just pulled out a gun on Relli or did this. Like, no. If they're going to go back to his house, they're going to say, Relli stood up for himself. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yes, thank you. So I believe you said that Ills was the one who got between you, correct?
Say what now?
Ills was the one that got between you and the defendant.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let me play this forward a little bit more. And I'm going to pause it here. I think we're at 14 seconds. That person that we see in the blue jacket, who's that?
That's Ills.
All right, and what is Ills doing at this point in the video?
He's he's trying to dis-escalate the situation.
Physically get between the two?
Yeah, physically. Yeah.
All right, I'll play it forward. Now, I can go back if you need me to. I paused it at 23 seconds on this video. The very bottom left-hand corner, we saw someone with a red kind of jacket. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Who was that?
That's Jamal 12.
Okay. What, if you remember, what was 12 doing during this interaction?
He was off to the side the whole time. He was not trying to, like, everything happened so fast. Like, from what I can remember, he was just, like, looking. Ills was, that's why I said, like, even after everything, like, I don't care if me, Ills don't talk, I still love the kid because he put himself in between everything. You know what I mean? Now, 12, he was off on the side. He was just looking, like, and then when I guess he seen the Ills intervene, that's when he kind of intervened, but I don't think he would have did anything.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you're having this interaction with the defendant, you're focusing much more attention on him?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Very far less so than whatever 12 is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll just kind of play it through here. And I'll stop it where this video stops. So right at the end of that video, we saw someone a part of their body, their lower part of their body, comes back into the frame. Did you recognize who that was? I can go back if you need me to. Just a few seconds. Okay, great. Let's stop it right there. That is at 25 seconds on the video player there. That person that we can see, just the lower half of their body. Who's that?
That's Rakim.
Okay. And can you see the gun in his hand there?
Yeah.
That's the same gun he pointed at you.
Yeah.
What did he do with the gun after Bill separated the two of you?
He put it back away, but I think from what I remember that day, those people that walked by, they kind of like stopped everything because once he seen them, he kind of like, because I'm yelling, I'm literally yelling, and that was like, I feel like that was one of the ways that like I didn't get shot too because I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. You know what I mean? I'm making a scene. You know what I mean? So once he seen like those people walk by, he put it away, and that's when he started like kind of walking away.
The people that we see walk by, they had nothing to do with
No, that was just a couple, I believe. That was just a couple walking by. Like I briefly seen them off my peripheral.
Okay. So after he puts the gun back in his waistband, you said he walked away. Where did he go?
He was going down the same block that he came from.
Now, the landmark street that you know is Hollywood Boulevard. Was he walking towards Hollywood or
Argyle. I guess that's Argyle down.
He's walking down Argyle.
Yeah.
But away from Hollywood Boulevard?
Yeah, away from Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay. 1 second. Just take that. Do you remember the clothing that Hills was wearing at all?
I think he had like a varsity on and like hat or something like that.
The varsity, was it a blue jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a Stussy jacket, like a custom one.
Before I move on from this, at the first point where the defendant is pointing the gun at you, how far away from your body was the end of the gun?
Oh, it was getting me pressed up against me. Like,
did it actually touch you?
I don't remember everything happening so fast.
But if it wasn't actually touching you, it was very close.
It was very close. If anything, I'm pretty sure it probably touched Hills. That's how close it was.
Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away?
No.
Is that something that you would say to him?
No, well, why would I say put that fake gun away?
Or why, does that confuse you because you don't know him to actually carry a fake gun?
It just confuses me all around.
The incident that we see as it's captured on the surveillance video, from the time that the two of you first come to each other to the time where he puts the gun away and walks away, is that the total amount of time that this incident took?
What do you mean?
Meaning, after you all walk off camera at the end of this clip, was there anything else that you remember that happened at the parking garage, or was that he just walked away?
Okay, so right after Elijah's still next to me, and I look off to the right, and I see Jamel putting like kind of kneeling down, which is 12E, ASAP 12E, and I see him putting away a knife. So at this point, mentally, I'm already fucking furious, right? I see Jamel pointing a knife away. So I'm like, what the fuck you got a knife for? That's exactly what I say. I see Jamel pointing, what the fuck you got a knife for? Because I'm thinking this is okay, if me and Rocky got a problem, it's a white flag situation. The other two should not be interacting. If anything, they're going to be disescalating or breaking it up. So to my knowledge, I'm like, oh, hell no. So now I'm walking with them. And I'm literally screaming out at the top of my lungs, damn near, on how Rocky failed us and how Jamel went on tour with Rocky for about 8 or 9 years. And he's back in the projects. Not that it's his fault, but this is the type of things that occur. You know what I mean? You pull a blanket away and there's nothing there.
Okay.
And then I'm saying other things too. I'm just verbally expressing how I feel. You know what I mean? Because I know I would never see this dude again. You just pulled a gun out on me. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would have walked away if I didn't see Jamel with the knife. Because I'm still with ills, like right here kind of. But when I seen that, I'm like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to talk whatever the fuck I want to say.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on that and break it down a little bit.
Okay.
From what you're describing, the additional interactions that you had at the parking garage were seen 12, correct? With the knife?
Oh, yeah.
But had the defendant, had Rocky walked away?
Say what?
Had Rocky walked away?
Everything was happening fast. So he was not quite far away. He was not even it's probably like a little bit from like where you at. And I'm standing right here. In 12, he's probably like, everything's so close, you know what I mean? Okay. It was just still kind of like backing me off.
Probably approximating 15 feet.
Okay, so, but my point is, the video that we watched is almost exactly 30 seconds from the time you guys come together to the time you walk off camera. Is that your recollection of maybe how long that interaction at the parking garage took was 30 seconds?
With the whole incident right there?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Unless I look at the video timestamps and stuff like that.
Is it fair to say that it was quick?
Oh yeah, it was quick.
Okay. Then he went walking, you said, away from Hollywood Boulevard on our right?
Yes. Yes.
And he was about 15 feet away from you. The defendant was about 15 feet away, and that's when you saw 12E.
Yeah, his back was turned though. He was like kind of walking already.
12E?
No, Rocky. Rocky was kind of walking away already. It was just still next to me, like, because, you know, we just broke up the situation, and 12E was putting the knife away.
How close to you was 12E?
I wasn't, probably like about, if I was to skip, probably like 3 skips away, because after I said, what the fuck you got a knife for, 12E kind of kind of walked a little faster to Rocky.
I've had a lot of people estimate using different things. I've never had anyone estimate with skips. How far do you think a skip is?
Because that's what I was thinking, because I was physically thinking, I was thinking about punching 12. You know what I mean? Like, what do you got a knife for?
But how close was he? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He was about 3 or 4 skips away.
What does skip mean? Like, how far is a skip?
You know what I mean?
No. How far is a
You
skip?
can point to something in the court.
Like into the middle of where that line is at, like not too
like here?
Approximately
yeah, a little bit more
7 feet from
yeah, like right there.
Okay.
About 7 to 8 feet.
Yeah, a little further actually, because he's bending down, so I'm like he's putting the knife away. So then when I see that, I'm like fuck, like what the fuck am I gonna do right now?
Let me stop you though. The knife specifically. What did the knife look like?
I don't know. I just seen it quick. Everything happened quick. I just seen him putting away a knife, and then he said it's not like that. He said, no, it's not like that. And then he's walking towards Rocky.
What does putting a knife away mean to you? Like, is it a folding knife or he's folding?
I guess it was a folding knife.
Okay. Not like he's wearing a sheath and he's tucking it in is what he's doing.
No.
All right. So he's folding the knife and he puts it in his pocket?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think he put it in his coat. Like he kind of like, as soon as he seen me, observed him putting the knife away, he kind of like put it away, kind of scurried off to Rocky, like towards Rocky.
All right. So if the defendant was the first person to walk away, is 12 the second person to walk after him?
Yeah.
And then You're standing with Ills.
And I'm walking with Ills pretty much, and Ills is still telling me, yo, can't go, and I'm just letting them have it, like just telling them whatever I feel like. You know what I mean?
But you're kind of side by side with Ills.
Yeah, I'm side by side with Ills. Because that's why I was able to like grab him or whatever.
You used a couple terms in your answer before. You said this was like a white flag situation.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
Meaning we're all ASAP members. So if one person has a problem with another, I'm not expecting anybody else to intervene, or like, you know what I mean? Other than like supporting the person they came with, which they did. They supported Rakim. He was in LA for the couples.
Did you feel like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so this isn't how you felt. Let us know. But did you feel like this whole situation, this whole link up, as you described it, was a setup?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I don't think the other two. I think they was just because Rakim had everybody in his house. I was looking on social media later, and I noticed everybody was in his house. So, and if he's flying them to LA, I'm pretty sure he's not getting them a hotel. So I'm pretty sure they're still in his house.
I am going to object. That was a leading question.
It was leading and it was also non-responsive. Let's take the break now, folks. We're going to resume. Remember, tomorrow's 10, not 10:30. So please be outside the courtroom doors as close to that time as possible. We will resume with Mr. Efron's testimony. Go ahead and leave all your materials on your chairs. Don't discuss the case or yourself or anybody else. Please don't look at anything in print media or electronic media. See you tomorrow at 10. Look at this.